Yo, what's up, everybody? Welcome to Tricky Jim. Thank you so much for tuning in. Hopefully you're having a lovely Wednesday so far and are ready for some Pokemon trading card game adjacent content. Because that's what we got going on today. And dang, you know what we also got going on today is a little bit of a hype train this morning. Let's freaking go. Over on Twitch, yo, big shouts to everybody for the hype over on Twitch. We had Kyle kicking things off with a tier 3 sub. Spike Owens with the sub. Kyle also 79 months. 79 months at the gym. Let's freaking go. Spike Owens with the sub in 49 months. Matt Creates with the Prime sub in the 3 months. Pedrix, the sub in the 16 months. Swizzerton with those 5 gifteds. And Horsey, the sub in the 75 months. Stealth Boy, the sub in the 58 months. Jazzy Josh with the Prime sub. Yo, all them primers out there. Thank you. Let's freaking go. Appreciate the love. Thank you guys so much for the continued support. Hopefully you're all having a lovely day. Getting ready for some exciting Pokemon action this weekend, too. We've got the Las Vegas. No. We've got LAIC. Las Vegas was last weekend. We've got the Latin American International Championships. And we've got the Phantasmal Flames $6,000 cash doubleheader coming up this Saturday and Sunday. A $3,000 cash event featuring the newest cards from Phantasmal Flames on Saturday and a $3,000 Gym Leader Challenge event featuring the newest cards from Phantasmal Flames on Sunday. Gonna be an awesome time, folks. Still time to sign up, make a trip out. If you're in the region, want to play, we'd love to have you here. Usually we have about 100 players for each event. Top 8 finishers get a piece of that $3,000 cash prize pool. The winner of each event getting $1,000, of course, courtesy of Full Grip Games. I'm going to be casting all weekend. So if you can't make it out, definitely make sure to tune in. If you've got LAIC up on one screen, pop Tricky Jim up on the other screen. Thank you, Shiroyu, for that sub in the 67 months as well. Yo, shout out to everyone over on YouTube also. Thank you, YouTubers. We've got a couple of retro events coming up. There's always like a little community run retro event the Friday night before the set release 6K. Let's see, that's interesting. I feel like the text is very big there. That's like fine, I guess. I feel like the text could be like a little smaller on this is still a work in progress. Transform. Edit transform. You see 2 chats at a time. There we go. That's all you get. Yes, we've got 2010 World Championship happening. 2010 Worlds format on December 13th. It's our next major one happening at Full Grip Games. But we've also got a little like Heart Gold, Soul Silver to Noble Victories, a little mini side event happening the Friday night before the Full Grip Games doubleheader, right? Schedule's always available on fullgripgames.com. So we've got our retro series right here. Yes, our next one, December 13th, 2010 World Championship formats. I saw apparently on Twitter, Whimsicast was saying that Tyranitar Prime continues to be one of the most underrated decks in modern 2010. What do we think, folks? What do we think? Mainly because Exploud isn't being universally used in the deck, with Cursegar being falsely labeled a tier 0 deck. Tyranitar will continually get better. Yo, Tyranitar Prime, low-key, one of my... Is TCG Live down right now? Are you freaking kidding me? Are you joking? You're serious. The client? What the frick, dude? I just wanted to log on and play the client today so I could test for Toronto. You're kidding. You're freaking kidding me. Good God. It's down all day. Well, I guess we're not playing. I guess we're not testing for Toronto then. Okay, fine. That's fine. I've got stuff I can talk about. Sure, man. That's fine. We've got lots of other things to do. Lots of them. It comes back at 7 p.m. Eastern. What is this? PTCG Sim? Yo? How about TCG1? I've never used this thing. Automated gameplay, dude. I just don't know how to use it, is the thing. I've never used TCG1, but I hear lots of things about TCG1. That's the thing. Well, yeah, TCG1, I would be playing retro games on TCG1, which is also 39 plus formats, dude. I mean, that's exciting, isn't it? What am I thinking about playing for Toronto? Well, the thing is that I probably am going to have the best bet playing Gholdengo. So I should probably just grind as many games with Gholdengo between now and Toronto. That's probably what I should do. Right? If you look at all the best players, it's they don't think about what they're going to play. They just play the deck that they're best with. So that's what we should do, right? And the deck that I like the most is Raging Bolt, but apparently Raging Bolt sucks. So I will play my next favorite deck, which is probably Gholdengo, right? So that's the thing. Don't stop thinking about what to play. Just play the deck you like the best. Play the top tier deck that you're the best with. So for me, it's going to be Gholdengo for sure. No, not just for older guys like us. Look at Henry Chow. Do you ever wonder what Henry Chow is going to play at an event? No, dude's going to play Gardevoir. Tord's been grinding the same deck. Everybody's just grinding the same deck, dude. Everybody just grinds the same deck these days. Bolt doesn't even suck. I'm pretty sure Bolt sucks. Please show me where Bolt doesn't suck. Bolt is back. I don't believe that either. Are you throwing by grinding Typhlosion? Yes. Look at all of these results. Do you see any? Do you see any Typhlosion here? You see any Typhlosion here? See any Typhlosion here? Come with a secret deck that nobody saw coming? I mean, Tord did that. You do got, like, Emma Hagen's got her a Flareon deck that she's been grinding, but, like, other than that, I don't think Bolt is back, guys. Where's Bolt? I don't see Bolt anywhere. Venomous Joke asking, you went and watched my game against Tord at NAIC. Why did I take one trainer off of Noctowl? I think you mean to say. Listen, I had two really crucial misplays there. The one trainer off Noctowl was bad, but wasn't as bad as the other one, which was not getting the stadium that I needed for Fan Rotom. My excuse is that I literally had not played in a single tournament. Like, I had... At NAIC this year, I had not played in a tournament in 12 months. In a year, I had not played in a tournament. I had the birth of my firstborn son was there. I was investing a lot of time into taking care of him. You know, I was not at the top of my game, but I still got 129th place playing, like, very sloppy. I would say day 2, my play, like, cleaned up. My play cleaned up drastically day 2. Because I was literally learning how to play the deck as I was competing. It was like one of those events. Well, I think if Gholdengo just plays the Mega Lopunny EX, you're like good, right? Honestly, I was making some very good plays, but I also made some bad plays. But I also had been making some very good plays. So, like, you could tell, like, the potential was there. It's like how Joe Flacco got brought off the couch, and he was making some good throws, but he was also throwing some interceptions, you know? He's like, the potential's there, bro. Unka's still got it. He just needs a little more practice, right? That's where I'm at right now. Yeah, dude. You're telling me as a Gholdengo enjoyer, this card has got to just, you just play this card. You play Prime, you play Mega Lopunny, you're chilling, dude. Right? Like, this seems nuts. Cornerstone will just boss KO Baneri. No, you play a 2-2. Well, don't you get, like, you get Baneri out, like, turn 1. They can't go, I mean, you're trying to get Baneri out turn 1 and get a turn 2 Mega Lopunny, right? Let's see, the Mawile. Mawile you got to attach to 3 times, right? That's what they said when Dengo played Trolley and Lucario. They'd never boss the Riolo. I'm saying, dude. Yo, what's up, Jesse? The Prime sub in the 81 months. Appreciate you, Jesse. We're talking about texting Gholdengo to make the cornerstone matchup. I mean, you've got options, right? You've got Mega Lopunny, you've got Mawile. Mega Lopunny seems kind of nice. I mean, dude, being able to just go turn 2, 230, kind of crazy. But I do have to say, the Mawile does do 260, which is very meaningful because the Cornerstone's going to have a charm on it, right? The thing I do like about the Lopunny is that the Lopunny handles the Crustle. If you happen to see any Crustlers out there, right? You got the spiky hopper attack. So just go through that. Yeah, Jesse is saying that Lopunny seems like a no-brainer. People in the chat are saying that Cornerstone will gust the Lopunny. Or the Baneri. Excuse me. Does Cornerstone even have to take prizes? Well, we're saying, like, you're just going in with Spiky Hopper, aren't you? And then, like, if the Cornerstone does have, like, if the Cornerstone does live with, like, a little bit of HP left, you can always come in and clean it up with a Zoroark. Schmuck Tux went X3 drop at Vegas. You got yourself the Mewtwo Giovanni, man, at Full Grip. Yo, appreciate you stopping by, Full Grip. Schmuck Tux, sorry you went X3 drop. Sorry to hear that. Cornerstone with a premium power one-shots Lopunny. That's not true. Cornerstone does not hit for weakness. Prof. Polly, please read the card. Does not hit for weakness. Cornerstone has never hit for weakness. Full Grip was goated at Vegas. Yo, shouts to everybody who stopped by the Full Grip booth at Vegas. Appreciate that. You could add TME Evo to your Gholdengo build. You could. Certainly could. You're already playing Arven, right? So, like, it's not that crazy. You could play Tool Scrapper, right? It's much to think about. Much to think about. But yeah, for me, the standard deck that I would like to be grinding leading up to Toronto, and I talked about this extensively on the Tag Team podcast. If you haven't already, definitely make sure to check out the Tag Team podcast. On YouTube, JW and I had a little talk about the Vegas Regional Championships. He talked about his experience making day 2. JW, of course, was in attendance. Yeah, definitely make sure to check out the Tag Team podcast if you haven't already. And JW played Gholdengo. And we were talking about during the Tag Team podcast, we were talking about how a lot of top players are kind of just like locking in on a single deck and just grinding. And not really asking themselves, like, what deck am I going to play for this event? It's like, what list of this deck am I going to play for the event? That's kind of the, it's like the bigger question. Like, what list am I going to play, right? like what version of this deck am I going to play? Am I going to play Gardevoir? Or am I going to play Guardy Jelly? Am I going to play a tech for Cornerstone? Am I not going to play a tech for Cornerstone? How many Penny am I going to play? How many Counter Catcher am I going to play? Like that type stuff, right? And like leading up to Toronto, I'm like, honestly, I didn't play in a single tournament for an entire year between 2024 NAIC and 2025 NAIC. And then this year I've played in 2 tournaments. I've played in 2025 NAIC and I played in Milwaukee. I had like, despite my being extremely rusty, I played pretty well at NAIC and finished 129th. And then Milwaukee didn't go great, but I was trying a brand new deck, like towards box deck. And then, you know, so for Toronto, it's like I would like to just kind of lock in and focus on one strategy. That's really what the last regional I top 8'd was Indy with Baxcalibur, and that's what I had done leading up to Indianapolis. Was I just locked in and played like infinite games of Baxcalibur. That's the way you do it. You just got to lock in with a deck and just play and just grind a ton of games. So like, yeah, I top 8'd Indy when I was doing that. I went on tear in 2023 when I was grinding Mew VMAX. So like, what's my deck now? For now, it probably just has to be Gholdengo, just because like it's the deck that I feel like I've had the most games with and the deck that I kind of like am going to play the best. But I did want to make like a New Year's resolution. Like I want to start like locking in on a single deck for like larger chunks of time starting in 2026. But I want to do that like after rotation, because for now it's like, am I going to like, you know, lock in with Guardy leading up to rotation? Probably not. So like, I'm going to, once like the dust settles on rotation, I'll kind of like figure out what I think my next love is going to be. That's kind of what I'm thinking. I'm not going to like try and set myself on one deck for Toronto. Zoro gets Zekrom, just do Zoroark. I mean, you could. Zoroark, I've always been like a Zoroark hater, though. I hated Zoroark GX, like back when. I've been like a Zoroark hater for so long. Let's see how this looks. Is the chat ready to swim? Did I fix it? No. Looks like I'm not. It looks like I broke it, actually. There we go. That's fine. That'll work. Yeah. I was trying to like adjust the size of the chat to make it smaller. I don't know. It's not working. I'll figure it out another day. But yeah, I've hated Zoroark for the longest. I don't know, man. And Zoroark GX was better than Zoroark. Zoroark, you don't even have double colorless energy, man. Listen, I'm just not ready to make my decision yet. I did see the new. Let's pull up Poke Beach while we're here for sure. I guess I should change the title of like my streams, considering that I cannot test. I cannot test today for the freaking Toronto Regional Championships because the thing is down. So can't do that. So maybe let's do that whole thing. My stream title is going to be yapping. I guess yapping, right? We're just freaking yapping, dude. Spoiler! Whoa! Whoa! Look at that, bro! Would you just look at it? Holy cow, folks. Holy freaking cow, dude. Look at this thing. It's like Zoroark. It's like Zeraora, but it's blue. This thing looks insane. Zeraora. Mega Zeraora. One tail? Two tails. Yellow with a little bit of blue. Blue with a little bit of yellow. Honestly, he looks more grown. You know, like this guy looks like a little, like a child, like a teenager in comparison, right? This guy, wider shoulders, bigger arms, bigger quad muscles. You know, you can tell he's been working out. He's just buff, dude. He's more buffed out. That's pretty sweet. All right, hold on. I came over here because I wanted to change my title. Testing for Toronto Regionals. JK TCG Live is down. Done. And then we'll go over on YouTube and we'll change it too. Okay. Goofy Goodras. The sub in the 36 months. Appreciate you. Thank you. Thank you. If I were to play TCG1, what's the first retro format I would want to play? I would probably want to play a retro format I was extremely familiar with so that I could just purely learn how to use the client first. So I would probably pick something like Base Fossil just to like get acclimated to the client. Yeah, RSPK stuff, that'd be fun. I would like to get into like RSPK on TCG1 and stuff like that, but like but first I feel like I have to kind of like learn the format or learn the client, right? All right, here we go. Mega Zeraora revealed from Mega Dimension DLC. Pokemon has officially revealed Mega Zeraora. It will debut in the Mega Dimension DLC on December 10th. It is thought that Mega Evolution removes the internal limiter that contains the electricity stored within its body. Dude, see? This guy, internal limiter. This guy, no internal limiter. No internal limiter. That's pretty beast. I'm a cat. Meow, 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 meow. Look at me. No internal limiter. Okay. Allowing it to unleash powerful attacks that can take down multiple nearby opponents at once. The electric energy it stores in its body is equivalent to 10 bolts of lightning. 10! Andrew admitted last night that he loves our cat. I've always said it, but you didn't believe me until last night. Jesse asked, is Gooby still kicking? Yeah, dude, Gooby's like 15. Gooby is still rocking. Gooby is living her best life for sure. 4'11". Ooh, just short of 5 foot. Sorry. Protrusions on its forehead, chest, back, and the backs of its hands are where the electric energy is particularly concentrated. The protrusions steadily emit a pale blue light. Swipe left? What do you mean? I don't know what you mean. This isn't Tinder. How do you swipe left? Psyduck illustration rare from Mega Dream EX. Yeah, this guy is pretty sweet. Psyduck art rare. Looks nice. Psyduck, extremely cool Pokemon. Gotta say. I've been working on my cube lately. Got to fire a cube over the weekend. So I was very, very thrilled about that. Got to adjust my Noah's Ark cube a little bit. Through doing some research on older cards, I had like never seen this Psyduck before. This Psyduck is really cool. Goodness. Like the lightning, honestly, is Delta Species the coolest mechanic that Pokemon has ever done? Yes. I think the answer is just yes. Delta Species it's like not even close. Not only is Delta Species probably the coolest mechanic that Pokemon has ever done, which like, look at how they did the Terra stuff. Pretty much a complete flop. Like the Terra mechanic, horrible. Right? Like actually a joke, right? The Terra stuff, just, I know what we could do. Let's rate all right, tier maker. Let's rate all of the mechanics. I agree. Give me a blank one. Make a template. Template name. Pokemon TCG mechanics. Make my own template. Create a public template. Yeah. Sign in with. All right, hold on. Sign in with Google. Let's do that. Continue. Make a template. Pokemon TCG mechanics. Make my own template. Create public template. Yeah. Name of the Pokemon TCG. All right, we're in, folks. Okay, Pokemon TCG mechanics. Gaming. Pokemon? Pokemon TCG. There we go. Rate all of the Pokemon TCG mechanics. Ooh, select a cover photo for it. Yeah. The template already exists? Are you serious? Frick, someone else already done this? Are you lying to me? Generational mechanic? That's like video game probably. Listen, bro, I'm making my own. Oh, here we go. I see you on Twitch. Okay. I'm clicking the link you sent, and this is what it's sending me here. Okay. You can add additional ones. All right, we've got owner Pokemon, Dark. No, see, here's like, they got Dark 2000, Dark 2002, Dark 2004. Like, that's doing too much. I'm going to make my own. Listen, we got time. Okay, we got time. We got freaking time, guys, because the client is down. Okay? So I don't like the way that I don't like the way that they did theirs. Well, let's see. Maybe I guess I could just choose to ignore. Let's see. Pokemon TCG mechanics tier list. I could choose to ignore like certain ones. Like they got Prism Star, Ultra Beast, Dual Type. Like I think all dual types should be like, if it's the same mechanic, it doesn't matter if like how they did it in 2016, how they did it in. I guess, but then you do run into like, okay, EX Pokemon 03 to 07 is probably different than EX Pokemon current. Also, these just look really ugly. The text looks really ugly. Let's see. Ancient and future should be the same. That's what I'm saying. We could make a better one, guys. We could do better than this. We could do better than this. All right. We could definitely, we as a community, we can do better. Don't you think? All right. Now, the cover image has probably got to be like that. Oh, yeah, dude. That's looking pretty beastly. So first we have to go through and we have to make all of the mechanics. We have to talk about every mechanic that there is. We're going to talk about them first, and then we're going to rank them. If you saw on Twitter, I did make some big updates to my cube. You can see those on Cube Koga. Very excited about the evolution of my Noah's Ark cube. It's been a ton of fun to play. I tweeted those out. So we can open Photoshop. All right, and here's what we're going to do. Every mechanic, really, like a very easy way to kind of like look through the mechanics is to kind of just do, you're on pkmncards.com, right? And you're just like, you've got Pokemon V. That's an easy one. Who should be the card for VMAXs? It should be Mew. Right? So you go and you find Mew VMAX. Oh, yeah. See, now we've got an activity. We've got a freaking activity on our hands now, guys. Do you see? I absolutely hate how you type in Mew and like every single one of these other cards shows up. Yeah. This is probably going to be like the base. So I want them all to like look the same, right? So pull Mew in here. There we go. And then we have like a text box. This is going to say VMAX. Because like V-stars are different than VMAX, right? So you've got like VMAX is certainly one. That's fine. We should probably give this like a little outline so that it looks nice. Right? Like no matter what kind of background we have. Yeah, you give it a little outline there. That looks crispy. Okay, boom. Don't want it to be that big. So that we can like fit other ones in. You could center it. Yeah, centering is probably nice. We'll do that. VMAX. File, export as ping. VMAX to the desktop. Boom. All right, we're on to the next. We've also got like Lugia V-Star. You could do V-Star. Definitely different than VMAX, right? See, and this is going to get very easy because you could just go like, whatcha, whatcha, bam. And then this is V-Star. V-Star should be Arceus? Really? No way, dude. You think V-Star should be Arceus, not Lugia? Nah, it's Lugia. For sure. Definitely Arceus? What? All right, vote in the chat on YouTube and Twitch. Vote on the chat. Either say Lugia or Arceus. Who do you want it to be? Who is your... Choose your fighter. It's not going to be Regidrago. It's going to be either Lugia or Arceus. Oh, man. We've got... I mean, I could do a poll on Twitch, yeah. Let's do a poll. Who is the V-Star? Is it Lugia or Arceus? You've got 2 minutes to vote on Twitch. Palkia? It ain't going to be Palkia, folks. All right, we also got Pokemon EX. It's got to be Gardevoir EX, right? I've played through like a ton of these. I have played through every mechanic, like tournament grinded through every mechanic since Black and White. So I have pretty good. All right. Yeah, Lugia's winning this election by a lot. Let's see. Scarlet. What's. Scarlet and Violet, is it abbreviated EX? I know I want to do it lowercase, but this font doesn't have a lowercase. So you're telling me I'm going to have to go back in and change my font? Good Lord. This is really messing things up, guys. Look how horrible that looks. Look how horrible that looks. Look how horrible that looks. Listen, I don't know anything about fonts. I know just change the font. Like certain fonts do not have a lowercase. You know what I'm saying? Like the font I was using, Avilac Bold, does not have a lowercase. There is no lowercase for the font. You know what I'm saying? there is no lowercase, bro. I'm typing in lowercase right now, but that's why when I go to change it, you see what I'm saying? That looks fine. We're doing this. That'll work. That'll work. That'll work. We got to use another font. That's fine. We're not that deep yet. So. All right. Scarlet and Violet, EX. Okay. And then we could just do this. We're using Arial Rounded MT Bold. All right. There we go. Boom. Lugia won this election by a lot. V-Star, desktop. Yep. VMAX. Boom, we did it. Export. VMAX. Replace it. Okay. We need Terras. All right, who's going to be the Terra of choice? Dragapult? Yeah. It's got to be Dragapult, right? It's got to be. Right? Terapagos? You guys can't agree on anything. Bro, it's literally Dragapult. It's the best one. Do you guys think it's Terapagos? It's Dragapult is the best one. Terra and then non-stellar Terra. What? Terra Stellar? Terra Stellar is not like a thing, though. There's no differentiation. There's no differentiation in the game. Stellar typing there's no differentiation in the game between Stellar Terra and Terra. They're all lumped into the same. They have weird attack costs. Yeah, that's not enough of a differentiation for me to care. And no one uses the weird attack. All right. We'll do Charizard. Happy? You get like a type shift in there. Listen, I am not going to rank the fake stellar mechanic, okay? We're not doing that. That is like not a real mechanic. It's all under Terra. It's all getting lumped under Terra. All of it. Charizard actually like really kind of messes with this because his face, you see what I'm saying? His face like goes so far below. There you go, Terra. Okay. What else we got? Radiant, Greninja. Oh, yeah. Gotta be Radiant Greninja, right? Ancient, future? Yeah. Future. Should I do all caps? That's fine. Radiant. We've also got Prime Catcher for Ace Specs. All Ace Specs are getting lumped together. The original Ace Specs and the past Ace Specs. I don't know. Do you guys think I should differentiate? See, that's the thing is like, do we really like Ace Specs or Ace Specs, bro? Like they're Ace Specs or Ace Specs. Like, do I need to differentiate? I think they go all together. An Ace Spec is an Ace Spec, bro. It is the same mechanic. A 50-50 with a comp search, that's kind of isn't there like a little... Yeah, I'm pretty sure there is. No, old Ace Specs were not all comp search. No. Dowsing Machine was huge. Scramble Switch? Gold Potion? G-Booster? Yeah, you guys are tripping, dude. Tripping. All right, you got Iron Hands. It's like the best future Pokemon. Future. And then who is you got like God, V Union? Holy crap. Yeah, Future and Ancient go together for sure. You got Koraidon, right? I guess like the best one is Flutter. No, what is he? Raging Bolt? Oh, Raging Bolt. Obviously. How could I not you, ugly. Yeah. How could I forget my beloved? That's honestly, that looks fire, dude. Yeah, that's looking hot. See, this is why we had to do it ourselves, right? Because aesthetics matter. Okay. We've got Ancient Future. What else? Name it Paradox as a mechanic. Oh, it's Paradox. Frick, are you serious? All right, we've got it as Paradox. Okay. That's why the set was Paradox Rift. All right, fair enough. Are we separating old megas and new megas? We have to because they're very different. We got V Union, Mewtwo, V Union. We have to, right? Separate old and new mega. Because the old ones had like the Spirit Links and like they evolved from EXs and they were EXs. They were like capital EXs. Yeah. They're just like very different. Thigh only. Thigh only. You think we should do thigh only, dude? No way. No shot, dude. For those of you just joining, we're going to do a tier list of all the Pokemon TCG mechanics that have ever been done. And the reason we're doing that instead of testing for Toronto is because the client is under maintenance. So that's what we are doing. I'll actually change. You know what? I'm going to change the title of the streams to that. Now that we've decided on an adventure. Okay. Basic V doesn't really count, right? Because they're part of like V Star, V Max. What, like Zacian V was its own thing? I mean, like not really, right? Like because Basic V, like just kind of like you kind of have like V Max and then you have like V Star, right? That's kind of what I'm thinking. Like Zacian V doesn't like deserve its own because they're kind of like just EXs, right? I don't know. I feel like if you want to make Basic V like its own category, then you have to lump V Unions, V Stars, and V Maxes all in with the same one. And that's like, that's just silly, right? Kind of like that. I don't know. I don't think that Basic Vs outside of VMAX, because Vs kind of just exist within the, I would say Vs exist within the VMAX. That's the mechanic. Like Vs and VMAXs are the same thing, and then V Stars are different. But like Vs and VMAXs are all kind of like one thing. Pikarom. Oh my god, just a trip down memory lane, bro. I freaking love it, dude. I'm freaking loving it, man. Tag teams, man. God, feels like yesterday, man. Pikarom over ADP. ADP, listen. ADP dominated what? The COVID era? Who cares? Who cares, dude? Pikarom actually got to see the light of day and was played in paper. ADP was not. Not Pikarom, tag teams. Yeah. Dude, Pikarom is the most iconic tag team by a lot. All right, I'm a poll on Twitch then. Most iconic tag team. Was it Pikarom, ADP, Mewtwo and Mew, Reshizard? There you go. Most iconic tag team. We got to do battle styles. That's correct. Urshifu. Pikarom is winning this election by a lot over on Twitch, by the way. By a lot, folks. Anybody who says ADP clearly started playing right around the pandemic. I'm just saying, if you say ADP, it's because you started playing in the pandemic. Am I wrong? Am I wrong? Am I wrong? Battle styles also includes Fusion Strike, but I don't have enough room on here for that. I'm not asking for most oppressive or strongest tag team. I'm asking what's the most iconic? Nah. ADP sucks as a card. That was shown by the fact that it only got good once Zashi and V was released. ADP was more of a Sword and Shield era card than it was a tag team era card. 100%, dude. ADP actually sucked with all the Sun and Moon era stuff. ADP was only good because of Zashi and V. And Metal Saucer. Am I wrong? No. ADP only got good with the Sword and Shield era stuff. ADP sucked before that. Remember when people were playing ADP with Keldeo GX? I laugh. Ha! Ha ha ha! ADP Keldeo was like the worst deck I'd ever seen in my life. ADP didn't get good until Vs came out. 100%. Fusion Strike is a battle style as well. I just didn't have enough room on the thumbnail. You get it. I get it. Okay, Fusion Strike goes in there too. Listen, it's just a little thumbnail, okay? You'll get it. All right, what's another? Prism Stars? Tapu Koko. Is Tapu Koko the best Prism Star? It's got to be, right? This card is nuts. I know it, a little biased. Still. Ditto. All right, I'll put Ditto in there. I actually do like... I think I like Ditto Prism Star better. Yeah, Ditto Prism Star is so cool. Ditto... Dude, this is... In my opinion, this is like one of the coolest Pokemon cards ever printed. Thunder Mountain was good. Oh, yeah, dude. This car is so cool, dude. ADP Keldeo got third at that LAIC. Bad decks do good all the time. Bad decks perform all the time. Look up Pikaram's results. Pikaram's results clear. They clear by a lot. Oh, yeah, dude. That's fine. Oh yeah, dude. It's looking fire, honestly. Is there any reason I'm dragging from the corner and not the top of the sides? Because that's where I like to drag from. I don't know. Photoshop is one of those things where it's like everybody's got their things, right? Everyone's got their things that they do. Other mechanics. Is there any other mechanics that happen later than Prism Stars that I've missed? Is Amazing a mechanic? Is that a mechanic, though? Is that? I don't even think it's a mechanic. I don't know. That's like saying, was Prime a mechanic, right? I didn't do owners yet. I have to go back and do those. So we kind of have to decide that right now. Are Primes a mechanic, and there's nothing that interacts with Amazings, and there's nothing that interacts with Primes. I don't think they're mechanics. I think people are saying Prime for sure was a mechanic, but it wasn't. They were just strong, right? Like, for instance, let's look up like Donphan Prime, right? They're not mechanics. Like, what's the mechanic here? There's nothing that interacts with Primes. Thank you, Connor. Okay, so Stexon is saying if Owners is a mechanic, then Amazing Rare is a mechanic. I'm going to push back against that because there are trainers and things and other Pokemon that interact with the mechanic, right? Like, so like a Marnie's Grimmsnarl, you have stadiums that get Marnie's Pokemon. You have things that interact with it. Whereas like Prime and Amazing, there is nothing that interacts with the card. Nothing. There's nothing that interacts with the card for being Prime or Amazing. Nothing. So they're not really a mechanic. You see what I'm saying? They're just the way the card looks. Right, like literally, Prime is not even in the card's name, right? It's just people just call it Prime because it's got a neat little artwork. How do people even know it? It's just, I don't know. I honestly don't know. Like, who made up the word Prime to call these Primes? I don't know. Have breaks been done yet? No, I was asking if there's anything that happened after the Primes. Amazing rares aren't even mentioned in the rulebook. Yeah. Oh, Lost Zone? Yeah, Lost Zone. Okay. Can we do Gengar for Lost Zone? Or wait. Can I do Trumbeak for Lost Zone? Comfy? Come on. Can I do Trombone? Tina? I'll do Comfy. What about Cramorant? Could I do Cramorant? I'm doing Cramorant, dude. Cramorant's just handsome, you know? I mean, like, ultimately, you're just picking a card that interacts with the Lost Zone. It could be any of them, right? It could be Jumpluff. It could be Tina. It could be... Cramorant, certainly attacking for free was certainly pretty iconic. Also, he looks nice, right? So, like, he's mixing it up. There have been multiple eras of Lost Zone. I should make like a YouTube video out of this for sure. Lost Zone. What else we got? We got breaks. Is it going to be it's got to be Greninja Break, right? I could do Zoroark Break, but like it's probably got to be Greninja Break. It's got to be Greninja Break. You're not going to not do Greninja Break. Come on, quit playing with me, bro. Zerdy. It's got to be Greninja, dude. It's got to be Greninja. Dude, people still talk about Greninja Break. I already did Radiant. People still... Playing Greninja Break was like a personality. It was. Listen, I would obviously pick Zoroark if it were up to me because I top 8 at NAIC with it, but like I've gotta... You gotta admit, Greninja was the one, right? Yeah, I don't need the break text in there. That looks pretty good. Trev Break. I mean, Trevenant Break was also iconic, but not as iconic as Greninja. Greninja was good for like a ridiculously long amount of time. Yeah, Brandon, we're tier listing the Pokemon TCG mechanics. Yes, that's what we're doing. I think the breaks look amazing. I think they look so cool. You guys think they look ugly? Like, what, dude? They're so different. Let's see, let's look up all the breaks. The problem with the breaks on looking them up on like a website is that you got to turn your head. Where are the breaks? They're here. Legend. If I die, I'm a legend. God, look at these. You're going to tell me they look disgusting? Oh, yeah, I got to do owner's Pokemon. Don't let me forget. Dude, they're literally gold. They're literally gold, dude. Now, the problem with breaks is that most of them are horrible. That's the problem. All these breaks, dude, there are like 3 good ones. You've got Zoroark. You've got Trevenant. Carbink. Real ball knowers know about Carbink break. Real ball knowers know. Talonflame was played a little bit in Greninja decks. A little bit. And then there's like Greninja, and that's it. Yeah, Greninja. Those are the good ones. Mention Xerneas. I will not mention Xerneas break. That card sucks. This card sucks so bad. All right, fine. Xerneas was played a little bit, but it was horrible. It was like a trash tier deck, dude. Absolute trash tier deck. All right, I got to do owner's Pokemon. Who's the best owner? Grimmsnarl, right? Yeah, definitely it's Grimmsnarl. Oh, I got to do Megas, too. I haven't done Megas yet. EX era Megas. You got SV. Should it be like an apostrophe like that? It should be an apostrophe, right, chat? Sorry, listen. Not my forte here. All right. You know, the English language. All right. Scarlet and Violet owners Pokemon. And then you've got Scarlet and Violet Mega. As well. It's supposed to be owners. Got it. Scarlet and Violet Mega. Oh, wait. I got to put a Pokemon on here. Who's the best Mega? Absol? Venusaur? Yeah, it's got to be Absol. Just want a regional. Pretty big one. Would you still call it SV Mega? Would you still call it SV Mega, even though it's like it's not like SV anymore, right? Call it Mega lowercase EX, Mega EX. Yeah. We can call it that, right? I think that's probably better. Yeah. We'll do that. Because then that's differentiated from Mega capital EX is different, right? You want to try and make it as like future proof as possible. That's why you don't say 2025 Mega, because like 2026 Megas will be a thing. Okay. As we've been going through the mechanics, what else we got? Level ups. And legends we haven't done. Delta species. Oh, yeah. Galarian's not like a mechanic as far as that's a type of Pokemon. I don't think like Galarian and stuff like that. Oh, regular GX. Yeah, for sure. It's a regular GX. I'm voting Decidueye, but there's also like Tapu Lele. I just love this card. I've done Radiance, yeah. Zoroark. Fine. I'll cave. But then you've got Ultra Beast GX, right? Or Ultra Beasts? Yeah, just Ultra Beasts. Ultra Beasts came in both GX and non-GX, so we've got to do those. Yeah, it's got to be Zoroark. Okay. We've already done V unions. And then we need Ultra Beast. Gotta be this guy. It's Buzzwole. I don't really care what anyone says. It's Buzzwole, dude. It's Buzzwole. It's Buzzwole GX. It literally is Buzzwole GX, dude. Thank you, Shadowfax. Look at this guy, dude. Shadowfax with the Prime sub. Appreciate it. iPod Shark. Thank you. No, I think Ultra Beasts were like its own thing, right? Not like Galarian. Like Ultra Beasts, they have their own tag, and they had trainer support, right? Like Ancients, they're more like Ancients and Futures. Yeah. Galarian is more like a form, I would say. Yo, what's up, Sergio? Unfortunately, I don't think Mega Gengar EX is very good. Shout out to Spain. Sorry if that's not what you wanted to hear, but yeah, Gengar is not looking too great for Mega Gengar. Dude, Ultra Beasts. Freaking Ultra Beasts, dude. I mean, what a handsome card. Ancient traits? Yes, that's a mechanic. An old one, though. I don't know if we're kind of started from the most recent and we're going backwards. Were there any other Sun and Moon? Oh, I guess. No, X and Y was ancient traits. Yeah. And we've done breaks, so we might as well do some ancient traits. Let's do Groudon. But should Groudon, it's funny because Groudon's like he's probably the most iconic trait, but he's also kind of like a mega, but he's not a mega. He's a primal reversion, right? Like what? Primal Groudon's got a lot going on. Yeah, thank you, Jack, for that sub in the 59 months. This was the best one. This was the best ancient trait Pokemon. Like, not close, right? It was the best one. It was absolutely Groudon. I played against Ross Cawthon playing this deck at Worlds in 2015 in day 2. We tied. I did misplay in game 2. Very sad. Got to include that trait in there. Oh, Mega Ray was also good. Ah. Yeah. And Mega Ray had a trait. We could probably use Mega Ray for just the Mega, though. Fossils? Are fossils a mechanic? Not really. Right? Then you've got Mega Capital EX with the whole Spirit Link. We can do... Is Rayquaza or Manectric? We'll do Rayquaza. Rayquaza's pretty iconic. Got a whole evolution or a Celebrations reprint. Pokemon Research Lab is fossil support. I mean, but like... Fossils aren't really a mechanic, like, because fossil Pokemon just it's not like, oh, we're bringing fossil Pokemon back. Like, fossil Pokemon are always a part of the Pokemon TCG because fossil Pokemon kind of always exist in every generation, right? So they're not really, that's like saying that, like, stage 1 Pokemon are a mechanic. Like, not really. They're kind of just part of the game, right? Like, that's how I would say, like, fossil Pokemon are kind of just part of the game. They're more like a stage 1 Pokemon. They just kind of exist within the Pokemon world. Like Galarian, it's like kind of... Like, Galarian's not really a mechanic. They're just like... it's just like a form of it's like kind of just a form, right? Like of a Pokemon. Yeah, fossils are not really a mechanic, I would say. Plasma is more like owner's Pokemon. Yes, it is. At that point, we put the concept of prizes on the list, right? Right. Mechanic. I'm talking, when we're doing the mechanic tier list, we're talking about mechanics that kind of like come in and out of the game, right? Like non-permanent fixtures. You can imagine that like at some time, if they print like every time they print a Galarian Weezing, it's going to be Galarian, right? That doesn't make them a mechanic. Every time they print an Aerodactyl, it's going to be a fossil Pokemon because it is a fossil Pokemon, right? Like, but printing a Team Plasma Lugia, like you don't have to have it be a Plasma Lugia in order for it to be a Lugia, right? Like that's the difference. That's the difference. That's why it's not a mechanic. And this is exactly why we decided to make our own mechanic tier list so that we could like correctly decide what's a mechanic and what's a not. Yeah, Single Strike, Fusion, and Rapid Strike are all mechanic. Those are battle styles. I know there are supporters dedicated to regional forms. However, they're still not a mechanic. There are supporters dedicated to Darkness Pokemon. That doesn't make Darkness Pokemon a mechanic. There are supporters dedicated... Yeah, that's like the best example I could. There are supporters dedicated to Darkness Pokemon. That doesn't make Darkness a mechanic, right? Darkness is just a part of the game that trainers can reference. Same with Galarian. It's just like a part. It's not like, yeah. That's the best argument I can come up with. I don't think regional form is equivalent to owner's Pokemon. All right. So we've got Megas. Isn't that the case with Megas? It is. It is. But I still don't like Galarian enough to be a mechanic. I don't think it... Galarian's not a mechanic, dude. It's not different enough. It's not... Yeah. Galarian's not a mechanic. All right, what else we got? I'm not doing Hisuian as a mechanic. I'm not doing Galarian. Those are just forms, bro. All right, we've also got... Are we at black and white yet? We're at black and white. Legends, that's XY. Do we have any more? We've got Plasma. Plasma, right? But like, honestly, the Plasma mechanic kind of sucked. But like, a mechanic sucking doesn't disqualify it from being a mechanic. It's still a mechanic. Lugia? No, it's gotta be Genesect. You guys are no. Genesect, bro. Genesect. Team Flare Gear. Oh my god, one of the worst. Is that a mechanic? I get like Team Flare Gear. I mean, that's a good call out. Not Genesect. We're calling this Plasma. Yeah, this is a really good question. All right, so we've got like Team Flare Advanced is Is it on here? Team Flare. I don't think so. Technical Machine, no. Rocket Secret Machine, no, no. You're basically talking about Headringer. Are these mechanics? Right? I think it's a mechanic. It's Pokemon Tool F. It is a mechanic. Just look at it, literally, like read it, right? Like Pokemon Tool F. Wasn't there literally like 2 of these? And you do put a card on their board. I know. It's just such a short-lived mechanic. This is the kind of thing that made... The thing that makes me mad about it is that it was so short-lived. But it is a mechanic. It's undoubtedly a mechanic. You guys are right. Undoubtedly. Because you interact with your opponent's side of the board. Like that is a big deal. It is. For sure. Yeah, you typically never put something on your opponent's Pokemon, but that's exactly what this was. It is super unique. You're right. The hilarious thing, they just literally only printed 2. Yeah, I mean, like, that's a thing, right? It could be this side of the... Let's see, flare gear. We'll call it just Team Flare. Yeah, Flare. That's fine, right? And you could like only attach them to Pokemon EX. Nah, the Headringer, that looks cooler for sure. Yeah, that looks cooler. The flare was a little redundant. Okay. All right, so we got flare gear. We did plasma. Yeah, because what, like Battle Compressor was technically like Team Flare gear, but the thing about Team Flare gear is that it doesn't really have, like, there's nothing that interacts with Team Flare gear. The only thing, like, that Team Flare gear tag on Battle Compressor is basically meaningless. Right? Like, it literally means nothing. There's nothing. The fact that it says Team Flare gear means nothing. It's just flavor, right? It's Galarian Battle Compressor, right? But it's world building. All right, Soda K. Oh, I appreciate that Team Flare gear is there. But it's kind of like the Rocket Secret Machine. Like if you look up computer error, it's like this. Rocket Secret Machine. It means literally nothing. It's flavor text. It's literally flavor text. Yeah. Right? It doesn't mean anything. So, but I think that, so you have like Headringer and you have Jamming Net, right? Those are the only 2 cards that exist with these red borders, right? Am I missing something? I'm pretty sure those are the only 2 cards that exist. I'm like 99% positive. That's it. They have these like bright red border. They look incredible. I mean, they look so cool, right? Victini full. Don't you even Victini full art me. They look incredible. Some of the coolest cards like of all time. I would honestly say some of like the coolest executed art styles on a mechanic, but they only printed 2. We got a comment from Nosferatu on YouTube saying you can barely read this with the flare stamp on it. Pokemon players don't read their cards anyway. Who cares? Nobody reads. Nobody reads, bro. Who cares? Who cares if you can read the cards? Nobody reads anyway. All you have to do is read the card once, and then you're good. It's not like you have to read it every time. Just read it. You kind of read it once, and then you're like, you're good. Everybody, you just look at that, you're like, oh yeah, I know what that does. Were these from Phantom Forces? God, what a cool set. All right, so we've got flare gear. We're in, what are we in, X and Y now? We just got to do regular old capital EX, which is great. Think about how long Pokemon Capital EX dominated the game. I mean, they were like black and white all the way through X and Y. Pokemon Capital EX. Like, they were just the thing forever. Like, 2012 to 2018. Yeah, dude. Yeah. It was like that. I imagine that that's kind of like what Pokemon lowercase EX are going to be like now. Oh, I don't know Pokemon there. Just EX. Oh, yeah, dude. Capital EX. Now, we're not including just regular V because there wasn't really a set. Like, Sword and Shield had VMAXs in it, right? Sword and Shield base set had VMAXs in it. Yes. Right? Like, I'm pretty sure Snorlax VMAX was like... Yeah. So, like, there was never a set that had just basic Pokemon V without VMAX. Like, they were always one thing. Even if you had Pokemon V that didn't evolve into... I know I top 8 was Snorlax. I just didn't remember what set it was in. It was Sword and Shield base set. That's right. Right before the pandemic happened. Yes. Yeah. But like Pokemon EX, capital EX, they existed for a long time without megas or anything like that. We are doing a tier list. Yes, we're just creating the tier list first. Okay. The new EX and old EX are definitely very different. But then you've also got like the new lowercase EX and the old lowercase EX, which are also different. So for old EX, we'll do Blastoise. I know I'm really skipping around now, but that's fine. All right, we got to do dual types. We didn't do dual types yet. I think dual types should all be like one thing. What do you guys think about that? Just like all dual types that they've ever done. You're kind of lumping in You're lumping in like the X and Y dual types with like the original EX. Delta species are separate. Yes. But I'm talking about like just all dual type Pokemon. Old dual type separate, you think? Let's take a look at all the dual type. The Steam Siege dual types. All right, we're calling these original EX. Yeah, Holland's is a mechanic. That's what got us talking about this, was the Holland stuff. I won't call it Ruby and Sapphire EX because this went all the way through Fire Red, Leaf Green, and like Emerald, and I just like a whole bunch of different. All right, this is an important part, Aaron Curry on YouTube, because now we're talking about what is a mechanic and what isn't, right? And this is kind of like the groundwork you have to lay in order to make a mechanic tier list. You have to talk about, you kind of have to like acknowledge all the different mechanics first, right? Which is what kind of the process we're going through now, which is definitely a part of it. And then once you acknowledge and kind of like mention them all, then you can rank them. Dark Owner, Delta. You got like Rockets Pokemon. Rockets Pokemon are... So we did Scarlet and Violet Owners Pokemon. We could do original Owners Pokemon. You could do OG. Original Owners Pokemon, right? But then I feel like the original Owners Pokemon is certainly like a mechanic, right? Even though they're all kind of bad. Like, is there a single one of them that's good? But then you've also got like the Rockets Pokemon from like the EX set, right? Yeah, Pokemon SP are certainly their own thing. Yeah, we're going to get there. Wasn't Brock stuff played? I don't really think so. You've got like... It's 2 sets worth of stuff. Yeah, what were like the best out of these? Oh, it's Jigglypuff. Erica's Jigglypuff was the best one. Yeah. Duh. Come on, Mahone. Erica's Dratini was also very good. But Erica's Jigglypuff, Erica's Dratini. It probably is just Erica's Dratini, honestly. It's probably the best one. Erica's Jigglypuff was used for the donk, but this one is probably the strongest card. Rocket, that's the thing, is the Rocket stuff is owners. Yes. That stuff is in Gym Hero and Gym Challenge, but those cards were not good. Erica's Dratini was like the best one, I think. It's like Erica's Dratini or Erica's original owners. Isn't owners also flavor text? No, because you have stuff that interacts with it very specifically. You could have a Dratini without it being an owner, without it being an Erica's Dratini. Erica's Dratini is different. Yeah, Gen 3 Rockets Pokemon were there. I think there. So then I think you have to talk about like Yeah, like like Rocket Sneasel EX. Rockets, because they like kind of brought him back, right? Rocket Zapdos. How could I forget about Rocket Zapdos? That was probably the best one. Yeah. That's fine. Erica's Dratini. Rocket You know what? Zapdos is my favorite card of all time. So, yeah, that's an original owner's Pokemon. How could I forget? God, I'm a fake fan, dude. It's literally my favorite card of all time. Sorry, Dratini. You're bodied. Thank you for the shout there. Yeah, that's more like it. Okay. Did original owners. Original EX. I don't want that dash there. I guess I am doing original dash EX. That's fine. Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. All right. So we have the. But then what do you do with like Rocket's Sneasel EX? Like, what are those? Is this its own mechanic? Like, not a lot. Because you definitely have like your time jump there. You have your modern owners Pokemon. You had like these splash of Rockets Pokemon that existed in like the Rocket Return set. But they weren't like... I think it was like it would be like not even an owner's mechanic. It was literally the Rocket Return set. It's an EX and an owner, right? I think they're all very similar. So I don't really think that you need to like... I think you kind of talk about Pokemon like Rocket Sneasel as you're talking about the original Pokemon EX. And as you're... Yeah, it's no real reason to have like... There's no real reason to like have the... Because it was one set. It's not really different, right? Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So it's not... That's not like its own mechanic that needs rated. It's like... It's kind of just... It's just like a... It's like a combination of other factors, right? Now, dark Pokemon are certainly a thing. Is Dark Dragonite the most iconic dark Pokemon of all time? I think so. Any challenges to that? That or Electrode, right? Yeah, but like Dragonite, he kind of that boy for sure. Tyranitar? Could be Tyranitar. The thing is, I think... Do you differentiate original dark and EX era dark? Are we differentiating those? Should we bother? I feel like you kind of talk about the original dark Pokemon. I don't think there's a difference. I think the way that... Because they treated them the exact same. They just made the cards better. They're the same mechanic, though. It's the same exact thing. And they're not that far apart. Right? You're talking like 99 to like 2006. I mean, I guess it's 7 years, but... this was printed in what, 2005? 2004? That's what I'm saying. You're talking like 5 years apart. They're not that different. Light Pokemon were horrible. Yeah. All right. I think Dark and Light Pokemon were kind of like originally both failed mechanics. And in a way, the Dark and Light Pokemon all kind of like, they're all basically like Owner's Pokemon. They're all just like Owner's Pokemon, really. But like, for the history of it, I'll put Dark in here and I'll put Light in here, but I'm not going to break them up into smaller groups because they're really all very similar. You could really treat Dark Pokemon and Light Pokemon like they were Owner's Pokemon. You could treat them because they all kind of exist that way, right? Like they can't evolve from their previous. They can't evolve from like a regular pre-Evo, which makes building around the mechanic extremely annoying, right? Like you can't easily splash Light Dragonite in like a regular Dragonite deck, which is very annoying because it has to evolve from Light Dragonair. Same with the Owner's Pokemon, which is one of the things that I've always hated about the Owner's Pokemon. Yeah, Holland, Fairy type is not a mechanic. I would say Fairy typing was not a mechanic, right? Like, well, that's not a mechanic. There's just like a failed experiment. I don't know. Yeah, Fairy typing's not a mechanic, guys. Did I do Hollands already? No, I didn't. All right. Who are we doing for Hollands? It feels like it was because it was removed from the game. Should Dark Light just be one category? You know what? Yeah, probably, right? I'm down with that. They're really not different enough. Dark were like obviously cooler. Light Pokemon were like, what, friendly? That was their gimmick. I'm a friendly guy who like heals you. Where the original Dark Pokemon were like, I have very low HP because I'm malnourished. But then they like did away with that. And just like decided to start giving them kind of like a normal amount of HP. Would that mean that Ancient and Future will be one? Ah, see. No. All right, you're right. We can't go back. We're keeping them separate. Separate. But then we did put Ancient and Future. No, we did put Ancient and Future together. We did. Yeah. So we're doing the same thing here. Yeah, Dark Light Dark. Yeah. We did put Ancient and Future. We did Battle Styles were all one. Paradox were all one. Yeah. We're doing this for sure. All right. Good idea, chat. Good idea. It stays. Okay. Then we got to do Hollons. What's Holland? What's the Holland? What's the Delta species? All right, finally we get to look through all the beautiful. This is how this tier list started. Was we started looking at all the beautiful Delta species cards, and then we got super sidetracked. Man, and there's so many good ones. This is the best mechanic, I think. The best mechanic that the game's ever seen. We haven't done Magma or Aqua, but I think that's just another flavor of Owner's Pokemon, right? I'm down to do, like, we'll do Magma Aqua as their own, I think. We'll do it. We got to put Pokemon SP in there as well. Purple Typhlosion. The Melodic is so cool. I think, honestly, this for Alligator, I think is like... I mean, look, he's got lightning bolts coming out of him, right? We got to do level X. He's literally got lightning bolts coming out of him, right? Like, that's got to be the coolest one. I feel like he perfectly embodies that, like, I'm a different type. Like, I'm for Alligator, but not your father's for Alligator. I'm different. Lightning type. Haven't done Legends yet. Got to do that. Prime, we discussed Prime. Prime is not a mechanic. Just like Amazing is not a mechanic. Okay. Level X. Yeah, kind of ye olden break. Sure, yeah. What's the most iconic? This is like the Diamond and Pearl era is like the one era that's like a little bit like I'm not as tight on. I'm super tight on everything except for the Diamond and Pearl era. It's the one era of the game that I'm not as locked in with. Still very familiar, just not, you know, I haven't played like ample Diamond Pearl era. And I started playing during like the Heart Gold Soul Silver era. My first ever pre-release was Noble Victory, so all of Heart Gold Soul Silver was legal when I started playing. It was like LVX. That's how is it done? LV.X. There we go. Yeah. Okay. But then you also had like the whole Pokemon SP were a thing. Okay, so then what do you do for a Pokemon SP? Garchomp? Right? Like those I feel like are kind of your most infamous ones. Garchomp even got a reprint. Ooh, I like Crobat. Let's do Crobat. Crobat G. Yeah. Crobat's so cool. You guys got to be rocking with Crobat, right? This is my favorite part about playing these formats is just going flash bite. Yeah. Crobat's sick. That's my favorite part about playing these. You just get the flash bite all over the place. We'll keep the SP in there. Keep Cyrus in there. Yeah, there you go. What even are SP? Were e-reader cards mechanically different? No. What does SP even mean? SP Pokemon were all essentially just owners Pokemon, right? SP was owners done correctly. All right, we're going to take a minute and just kind of like, what are people's consensus with like the SP mechanic? I think people really liked it, right? Because, like I said, I didn't play during in Diamond and Pearl, and I haven't really returned to it as often. But from what I gather, is like Diamond and Pearl people really like Diamond and Pearl. They really like the SP stuff. Got the only card you could play on an opponent's turn. Not necessarily true. You do have the only trainer you can the Power Spray, right? You've got Power Spray. I know what Power Spray does. You got Power Spray, but then there's also there's this guy, dude. Power Cancel. Once during your opponent's turn, when your opponent uses a Pokepower, you could discard 2 cards from your hand and prevent it. But yeah, I mean, I guess like this isn't a card you're playing, but it's something you're activating. Something that you're activating during your opponent's turn. Yeah. And then they've got Power Spray, which obviously is like, you can play this card during your opponent's turn when your opponent uses any Pokepower, prevent the effects of that. So that's like definitely something that they were toying with at this time. There was no Kadabra, I know. So they only printed Abra and Alakazam. You had to have Arcadia do it. Yeah. So a little history lesson there. Pokemon experimented with the concept of a counter spell or whatever twice, but both during the Diamond and Pearl era. All right. We've got SP. We need legends. If I die, I'm a legend. Entei, right? Dude, ERL is the coolest one. Sheesh. Gotta be ERL, right? Gotta be, dude. ERL is so cool. Dude, the legends were like V unions done correctly. Golly. These cards are finally starting to like... And the artwork on them is incredible. The text is all like broken up. Yeah, lightly played versions, it's like half the card costs $80. That's crazy. The cards are finally starting to reach their like proper value, I think. Like collection-wise. Because they're so cool. They're so unique. Blammo. There you go. Looking good, looking good. Okay. Yeah, that looks great. I absolutely love the artwork on these. I think they look so good. I mean, how beautiful. And this, I love Pokemon cards, man. I just do. This is the kind of stuff that gets me geeked out about Pokemon cards. This is why I love it so much. Like, grinding standard is fine and all, but like, dude, look at how nasty these cards look. Like, look at the texture on Raiku's little nose piece there. Look at the texture on Entei's little headpiece there. Like, dude, this stuff is so beast mode, dude. This is why Pokemon cards are sick right here. All right, what else we got? Legends. We did Level X. We did SP. We did Original EX. We did Delta Species. Crystal types. Holy cow. Freaking crystal types. We need gold stars. Crystal types. Gold stars. And shining. Oh, yeah. Crystals were unplayable. Just absolutely unplayable Pokemon, dude. So bad. How are we doing crystal but stellar? Because crystals, they're so different. They are different. They're so different. They have this ability. They all have this ability. Crystal type ability. Stellar Terras don't have an ability or nothing. They're not the same thing. They have an ability. Stellar Terras don't have anything. Stellar Terras are more like more like amazing rares. They all had the crystal body Pokebody or whatever. I don't know. I'll give it. They're cool. I'll give it to them. Just to put it in like F tier or whatever. Am I going to include supporters and tool cards? No, TV boy. Though I get what you're saying, I'm not going to include those as mechanics because they now are just a core part of the gameplay experience. They don't come and go like other mechanics, right? Gold stars are a mechanic, right? Or shining is, right? Shining definitely is. We did A specs for sure. The shining Pokemon are like, what? The mechanic is that they're really bad? Yeah, if it changes the name, it has to be done. Well, they're also stage 2 Pokemon that are basics, and you can't have more than one in your deck. Like, they're bad, but it's still a mechanic. You can't have more than one in your deck. You wouldn't want to put more than one in your deck, dude. They are so bad. Shout out to when I used to own this card in PSA 10. Oh, my God. There we go. Shining. Yeah, we're going to talk about gold stars. Are gold stars a mechanic? It's kind of one of the reasons why we're doing this, right? Because we have to talk about it. Is like gold star, is star a mechanic? Oh, you can only have one in. They do have the one per deck thing. Yeah. So what's like the probably Mew Gold Star? What was the most playable Gold Star? Was it Mew? Yeah, they're the original Radiants. Yeah. You're right. Yeah. It's Mew, right? It's probably the best one. You got Mew and like Rayquaza. But Rayquaza's kind of washed. But Mew, people play that one. Like even in current RSPK. Ray was played, but I think Mew is better. Can't have more than one Mew star in your deck. One Pokemon star in your deck. All right, so the original Radiants. Yeah. They're all illustrated by the same guy, which is like undeniably cool because they all have like the same flavor. We're just going to call it star. I do have a PSA 4 Rayquaza Gold Star. Yes, I do. And I have a Mew Gold Star that is creased, but still playable. So we have him in some of our decks, I think. Yeah. I have, as far as Gold Stars go, there's got to be a way to look up all the Gold Stars here. There we are. Star. In my personal collection, I've got a PSA 8 Espeon Gold Star. I've got a PSA 10 of the Celebrations Umbreon Gold Star in both English and Japanese. I do not have him. We've obviously got one of these. I've got Vaporeon, Jolteon, and Flareon. The Jolteon and Flareon are heavy play. The Vaporeon's like mod play. The Mew is like heavy play / damaged, but he's like the nice kind of heavy play / damaged where you're like, you play him in your deck and you feel good about it. Don't have Charizard, don't have Celebi. We've got Alakazam though. I've got like him in like, I would say light play. And then we've got a Japanese Raikou. And we've got a Suicune Gold Star. I would say it's like light play, mod play. I bought it off JW for $100 in like 2019. And then I got it signed by Fukuda when he came to, I think, the Dallas Regional Championships, like pre-pandemic. Yeah, so I have this one signed by the artist. And then we've got a Rayquaza Gold Star that I traded for. I traded a E-Reader Tyranitar and E-Reader Moltres, both hollow, both crispy. I think they both graded PSA 10s. When they were not graded when I traded them, but yeah, E-Reader, Tyranitar, E-Reader, Moltres, and like mod play First Ed Shadowless Zapdos and mod play First Ed Shadowless Ninetales. Those were the 4 cards I traded for this, and I did that trade probably in like 2018. And It was a mod play Rayquaza Gold Star. It's like a PSA 4. But we did end up getting it graded just because it's like that card's like ridiculous now. We've also got a heavy play Latias Gold Star that I paid $115 for back in like 2018. So all of the Gold Star, I haven't bought a Gold Star lately. All these Gold Stars that I have, I paid $80 on my Alakazam Gold Star. It was like light play. I paid $80 on this card, like literally $80, bro, for this card. It's got a little crease in it, like that's fine. This was part of a trade that cost the card was probably valued at $500 in trade when I traded for it. These cards, I bought all 3 Evolution Gold Stars for $500 for the 3 of them. Back when I bought them. So, Gold Stars, yeah, they're kind of infinite. They're just infinite, bro. They're infinite. That's the thing. I know. They're just infinite. They're crazy. They just like don't exist. They literally don't exist. Yeah, so the Gold Stars are like the ultimate, like if you got into Gold Stars at the right time, like well done. That's yeah, those cards are crazy. All right, any other mechanics? Let's look. Aqua Magma, is that kind of like, it's kind of its own thing, right? Baby, oh, babies, thank you, yes. I mean, Aqua and Magma are kind of just owners Pokemon. But we'll group them separately. They had their own set. Probably all of like the Aqua and Magma Pokemon are going to end up like... They're probably all going to end up in like the same tier as every other owner's Pokemon, right? Dual types we didn't do. That's right. Dual types. Gotta do that. Because you also had the Aqua and Magma, like they got redone. Aqua and Magma got revisited in the XY block. It was like also like kind of a flop then. It's like kind of funny. Okay. That's cool. Yeah, the Magma Aqua stuff in XY was literally unplayable. Yes. Whereas like the original Magma deck won Worlds, so Aqua Magma. And then you've got dual types. Do you guys want to divvy up dual types? Or do you want them to all be the same? All right, so like the original dual types, you're talking like were mostly like dark and another type. But then you also had like the No, Hollands weren't really dual types. Oh, we got to go babies. That's right. I'll do babies. But give me some discussion in the chat. Should we do all dual types the same? Because then you had the XY ones. You had these dark and lightning ones. I think dual types are all dual types, right? Like, I mean, it's the concept is that they're two types. That's the concept. The concept is there's literally there are two types on the card. It's the concept. Like, the artwork looks different. I could make some comment about how I prefer one artwork to the other, but like, yeah, you had like, there's like the Marowak. You've got this Marowak is like metal and fighting. You've got this Marowak is dark and fighting. It should be Volcanion, yeah. Volcanion is kind of like the most iconic one, I would say. Of every dual type ever printed, Volcanion's probably the most iconic one. I would agree with that. I would agree. It's Volcanion. He's literally fire and water. He hits himself for weakness. You know? We are definitely considering aesthetics in the tier list. We are. We are going to consider aesthetics in the tier list. However, I don't think that, even though aesthetic, I think I will mention the fact that like they used to look better than they did, but I still don't think that the aesthetics alone are reason enough to divvy them up. Aesthetics will absolutely be considered. However, since dual type is all the same, you kind of have to take in all of the aesthetics of the dual type throughout the game's history when assessing it. We have Heart Gold, Soul Silver baby Pokemon, and then we also have WotC baby Pokemon. And Cleffa is the best one of both of them. Would you consider this a mechanic? No, right? Like, this is not a mechanic. It just is like all these babies just happen to have the same ability. Well, this baby is not a mechanic, I don't think. But these babies were. I think that this was the WotC babies, I think, are a mechanic. All right, what about Pokebodies? What about Pokebodies as a mechanic? Are Pokebodies a mechanic? Now that they're gone? Just a different flavor of ability? That's kind of my thought. How were they different from well, for a little while, they were differentiating Pokebodies because Pokebodies were like passive abilities, but then like powers were abilities that you activated. But eventually they combined them. Pokebodies didn't really work differently from abilities. They just were passive abilities. Like now, everything that would be a Pokebody now is just called an ability, and everything that was a Pokepower then is now just called an ability. They all have been combined into the giant ability umbrella. So it doesn't really matter. Yeah, they're not really a mechanic, right? Yeah. No, you guys are right. If you do babies, why not fossil? Because this was like a... Babies started out as like their own kind of... It's a very identifiable mechanic of the WotC era is the baby rule. The baby rule like changed the game dramatically and then left the game, right? So like it kind of has to be its own mechanic because it drastically changed everything when it came out. But yeah, also now current babies like don't evolve. These ones kind of did. Yeah, this is like a... This whole rule thing, this most assuredly is a mechanic. This gold box, this giant gold box here. Yeah. Held items from Diamond and Pearl base, like Oran. Yeah, I thought about that. Oranberry Pikachu. Should we do that? I think those are kind of just like glorified abilities. Held items. Should we do held items? I know there's like a Combi, I think, has one. Man, they printed too many Pikachu, bro. Here we go. Yeah, I mean, I guess, right? Is this a mechanic? It just is, right? If ancient traits are counted, then held items should be. How many held item Pokemon are there? I don't know enough about this one to really... All right. I think it's kind of neat. But I really don't know a lot about it. Wasn't there like a Duskull with one? It's definitely a mechanic. I mean, look at that thing, right? Yeah. It is. Held items are just ancient traits? No, they're different. It's like an ability that can't be shut off. Kind of like ancient traits, but they're berries. It's its own thing. Yeah, there's like the Combi is played, right? Honey. Once during your turn, when you put Combi from your hand on your bench, you may search your discard pile for a basic Pokemon and put it on your bench. That's just good. Yeah, that's kind of fire, to be honest. All right, I'm gonna have to remember that. These weren't that expansive though, right? Held item. Oh, thank God. Okay. These are all the held item Pokemon. Oh my God, there's only 16 of them? That's crazy. Any damage done to... Shit, it's kind of like a... It's like a passive. But it's not always a passive because Combies is like a very... It's a proactive thing. It's like a little bonus. Yeah, there's only... Yeah, it's true. Pokemon loves just like breezing through a mechanic and then never touching it again. That's like Pokemon's favorite thing in the world to do. All right. So to recap, We can always add stuff in later. So we're going to go add stuff in now. Okay. Reduce file sizes? You've got to be kidding me. All right, let's try 5 first. Okay. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then I do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Oh, it replaced them? That's fine. S, A, B, C, D. All right. Submit. I'm not trying to resize all these. All right, yeah. All right. Browse. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Browse. So I did 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Gotta go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And we'll start with Ancient Trait next. Browse. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Start with Prism Stars next. Browse. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Start with Ace Specs next. Browse. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And that should do it. All right. There we go. We've done it. Just didn't like when we were trying to add too many at once. There we go. Okay. Can we save? No, I don't want to save that individual one. All right. Cool. Now we're going to rank them. But first, I'm going to take a bathroom break. So I'll be right back. And when I get back, we're going to rank these guys. All right? Hang tight. All right. Thanks for the patience. Let's go. Let's freaking go. Define what exactly we are ranking them by. I was going to rank them by vibes. Or how cool or lame I thought they were. I don't know. What are you thinking? What do you think we should rank them as? I would rank them by like overall game design, but aesthetics also are going to play a role in it. Because like to me, when you're designing a game, how the game looks is part of it, right? It's part of the game. How the game looks and feels is part of the game, right? That's part of playing the game. Yeah. Design, fun, memorability. Yeah. S should be incredibly iconic for collectors and players. Yeah. All right. Getting ready to roll. I'll probably record this. We'll probably make this into a video. Probably a fun little video, right? Let's see. First up, all right. What's up, y'all? Today, we're going to be taking a look at all of the mechanics that the Pokemon trading card game has had throughout the years. Since day one. And there have been many. Some have been good, some have been bad, and some you probably have never even heard of. I'm going to be ranking them between S tier and D tier in today's video. Let's get started. I'm going to be ranking them by not just how good they are game design-wise, but how memorable are they. The aesthetics are certainly going to play a role as well, because when you're playing a game, how something looks and feels, that's all part of the gameplay experience. So for me, aesthetics do play a big part in it. Also, the aesthetics play into a mechanic's memorability, which is also a big part of it. But the mechanic also has to be very fun. So how fun is the mechanic? How good is the gameplay design? That's all going to be kind of wrapped up into how I rank these. Got it? All right, cool. Now, I think that it would be kind of fun to go through and kind of scroll through some of them as I kind of talk about where things should go. It'd be fun to kind of scroll through. I do think that babies, first off, I feel like, how do we start, right? I feel like in order to get going, we kind of have to set some parameters as to where certain mechanics that everybody is familiar with is going to get. Did we get megas in here? Did we get current megas in here? I don't think we have current megas in here. We do. We have Absol. That's right. There's an Absol. Where is he at? I did do an Absol. But is he here? Yes, Mega EX right there. All right. That's what I'm saying. We have to do an S and a D tier to kind of set the parameters. let's just kick things off with Pokemon VMAX. Let's just kick things off with Pokemon VMAX, okay? It's something that everybody's heard of. We're going to kick things off with Pokemon VMAX. Pokemon VMAX were kind of the iconic mechanic of the Sword and Shield block. It would eventually evolve into Pokemon V-Star, which were kind of a different thing. Pokemon VMAX were gigantic, bloated rulebox Pokemon that had 300 plus hit points and gave up 3 prize cards when they got knocked out. They all evolved from Pokemon V. They didn't have any sort of special thing that kind of made them stand out. They didn't have like GX attacks or V-Star abilities. They were kind of just big guys that evolved from other big guys. And that became extremely evident with the VMAX gameplay. A lot of times, the first player to evolve their VMAX Pokemon into play was heavily favored because they then would have an opportunity to knock out the opponent's lower HP Pokemon V for 2 prizes. And then sometimes Pokemon VMAX would one-hit KO each other, and that would lead to some really short games where there wasn't as much time for players to make counterplays and interact with the opponent. So the VMAX era, in my opinion, is one of the worst and most boring as far as gameplay design goes. There wasn't really a lot of unique deck building going on, as there were hardly any decks that used multiple VMAX in the same deck. Like, VMAX Pokemon didn't really go well together. It was kind of like you would play a 4-3 line of your favorite VMAX with some Inteleon in there, or like with some other Pokemon in there for support, and that was it. And games would end very quickly, and yeah, not a great mechanic. So we feeling C or D, chat? C or D? I'm feeling D. I'm feeling it's like as bad as it gets. I think we just set the stage for the whole tier list by saying VMAX Pokemon go in D tier. Definitely one of the most boring and underwhelming mechanics that the Pokemon Company has ever, I was going to say crapped out, but that kind of sounds. All right. It's like the epitome of lazy design, right? It's the epitome of lazy design. All right, let's foil that by talking about a beloved mechanic. The original EX Pokemon. Or we could do Delta species. I want to pick one that's probably going into S tier. It's probably, if you're looking at the whole list and you're like, all right, which one of these is S tier? You're probably thinking that, like, do we want to hop right in with it? We could do V-Star next. All right. V-Stars kind of go next because, like, they build on the... I was just talking about VMAXs. Let's just go V-Stars next. That's fine. I'm fine with that. Let's freaking do it. VMAXs were like incredibly boring and mundane as far as a gameplay mechanic goes, and V-Star Pokemon, which came out at the tail end of the Sword and Shield block, did offer a nice little remix on the VMAX formula. They only gave up 2 prize cards as opposed to the 3 prize cards that Pokemon VMAX gave up. 3 prize cards is literally half the game. I mean, if 2 VMAXs get knocked out, the game's over. Pokemon V-Star only give up 2 prizes, so you could afford to lose more of them throughout the game, which in turn made games last a little bit longer. They were also massive, averaging about 270, 280 hit points if we're talking about the best ones. And what made V-Stars unique was that they all had a unique V-Star power, which was either an attack or an ability that could be activated once a game. And we've seen this kind of once a game thing happen twice throughout the Pokemon TCG's history. There were GX attacks, which we'll get to in a little bit. So V-Star powers did kind of echo that GX attack, which was a thing during the Sun and Moon era, and that does make games kind of fun. Gives you some sort of very broken power, but you can only use one throughout a game, so you have to think of when you're going to use that power or attack. And it is worth noting that, V-Star powers were interesting because some were abilities and some were attacks, like Arceus V-Star with its Starbirth ability allowed you to just go search your deck for whatever 2 cards you wanted and put them into your hand. And then Lugia V-Star had its very broken Summoning Star ability, which you would use in combination with Archeops, and summon those Archeops from your discard pile right onto the bench, and they could accelerate some special energy from the deck into play. Regidrago V-Star's Legacy Star power, very good for digging through the deck, getting cards back from your discard pile. But then there were also V-Star attacks, which were good as well. Was there? Which one had a good attack? Any of them? Like Dialga. That's right. Yes. Yeah. There was an attack, right? Like somebody had a good attack, bro. Probably Dialga has the best attack. Dialga V-Star probably had the best attack. Star Chronos, right? 220 damage, allows you to take another turn. That's a regional winning strategy right there. And the gameplay definitely got more interesting than what we saw with the VMAX era. However, one of the major problems with VMAX is still persisted with Pokemon V-Star, and that's that the first player to establish their V-Star and use their power was still favored because all Pokemon V-Star evolve from Pokemon V, which have less HP and give up 2 prize cards. So you still had this kind of unfun dynamic of the first player to get their V-Star into play and powered up not only had an advantage because their opponent would have all of these low HP Pokemon V in play that could be knocked out for 2 prizes very easily, but also they got to do their very broken thing before the opponent got to do their very broken thing. I mean, Arceus V-Star, the first person to get Arceus V-Star into play would Starbirth for whatever combo piece they needed to take a very dominant early lead. With Lugia V-Star, the first player to get their Archeops into play via Summoning Star would be able to take a very dominant lead because the opponent's board would be filled with very easy to knock out 2 prize Pokemon. And the basic Pokemon V were kind of the sore spot for the entire Sword and Shield block because a lot of them were more or less nothing burger Pokemon that just kind of had a lot of HP and didn't really offer a lot as far as interesting gameplay development goes. And they were mostly just liabilities that sat around and waited to evolve into their V-Star or VMAX counterpart. So V-Stars were definitely a step up on V-Maxes, but still not one of the best mechanics that the Pokemon TCG has ever seen. Solid C-tier entry, in my opinion. Let's do... Scarlet and Violet EX. Yeah, it's kind of... I'm kind of just like going with like the story, right? Like, what's the narrative? So... we kind of just talk about regular Pokemon EX here. Are reintroduced during the Scarlet and Violet era, because that kind of foils directly against the V-Stars that we were just talking about, right? All right, cool. So Pokemon V were not that great, and honestly, it ended up being a real low point in the history of the Pokemon TCG. A lot of the Sword and Shield era also took place during the pandemic, so not only was gameplay kind of uninspired, but there also weren't any premier tournaments to grind for because the pandemic was happening. So definitely a low point in the history of the Pokemon TCG. And that got switched up entirely with the release of Scarlet and Violet and the introduction of, or I should say, the reintroduction of Pokemon lowercase EX. Pokemon lowercase EX are just kind of beefed up Pokemon that still evolve from regular Pokemon, and they give up 2 prizes, right? Like your Meowscarada EX evolves from Floragato, and that's different than a Pokemon V-Star or a Pokemon V-Max, because the big issue with Pokemon V-Star and V-Max was that they evolved from these bloated 2-prizers that were big liabilities on the board, and the first player to get their big guy into play was at a very high advantage. With Pokemon EX, they evolved from your regular Pokemon, which made deck building interesting as well, because you could have like a Pidgeot EX and a regular Pidgeot in the same deck. You could have a regular Charizard and a Charizard EX in the same deck. They both evolve from Charmander. They both evolve from Charmeleon. It definitely creates some more interesting deck building when you have Pokemon that all evolve from the same pre-evolutions, and when those pre-evolutions don't give up a significant amount of the game's prize cards. It just makes things really nice for deck building and gameplay. Now, Pokemon lowercase EX, this is not the first iteration of them. In fact, the first iteration of Pokemon lowercase EX were from the mid-2000s, like 2004 or 2007 range. Like 2004 to 2006 range. So this is kind of a reintroduction of those Pokemon. And gameplay instantly started to improve upon what we saw with the Sword and Shield block. And these early EX Pokemon have definitely made a huge impact on the game. They don't really have any specific unique mechanic going on other than that they are 2-prize Pokemon that evolve from regular Pokemon. They don't really like have a very special notable ability or like a power or like a trait or anything like that. GX Pokemon, which were kind of the equivalent to these lowercase EXs during the Sun and Moon era, had a unique attack that you could use once a game. These Pokemon don't have that. So, by and large, for me, I think the lowercase Pokemon EX are just a better game design than V-Stars and V-Maxes. But a lot of these lowercase EX Pokemon from the Scarlet and Violet era aren't really all that interesting. I feel like it was kind of a needed reset to kind of cleanse the game of all of the really grossly designed Pokemon V and VMAX and V-Star. Another weird thing that the game was encountering was that when Pokemon V-Star were out, like, you had to make the 2 prize Pokemon kind of really, really broken because they had to be able to keep up with the already broken V-Stars that were out. So the EX Pokemon on a face value were kind of just okay. I feel like they're more of a... I feel like these early Scarlet and Violet EX Pokemon are more of a palate cleanser for the Sword and Shield block than anything. I think that's fair, right? They're like a palate cleanser. Like, you had to kind of like reset everything, right? Just to kind of like give you a new... You have to have like a new normal to like build upon. Because V-Star and V-Max were kind of so encompassing and so toxic in their own way. So I would say... Is it like B tier or C tier? It's one of those two. They're like the median mechanic. Right. Like, I would say, like, they're like okay. B? Right. I think B is fine. I think the Scarlet and Violet era lowercase EX Pokemon belong in B tier. It's kind of like the median mechanic, right? It's been successful in the game's past. You have these 2 prize Pokemon that evolve from regular Pokemon. It's just pretty good game design for the Pokemon TCG. We've tried all different variants of the 2 prize mechanic and the 3 prize mechanic at this point, and I think after playing through all of them, I gotta say, the 2 prize mechanic does, in a lot of ways, make the game more fun. But my major beef with the 2 prize Pokemon, the Pokemon EX released in the Scarlet and Violet era, is that they have so much more HP than their single prize counterparts, which kind of forces you to have to play them. Whereas 2 prize Pokemon from the game's past were not that much stronger than their single prize counterparts, which actually made them more fun to play together. And that's why I think that these are just B tier. Yeah. So the Scarlet and Violet block kind of flattened everything again and reset the power level of the game around these lowercase EX Pokemon. And then they introduced the Terra mechanic, right? Which kind of plays into the connection with the video game where Pokemon can be different types. Now, Pokemon has done mechanics where Pokemon are different types than their normal type before. Most notably, the Delta species mechanic, which is one of the most beloved the Delta species mechanic, which is one of the most beloved mechanics from the history of the Pokemon TCG. I don't think that this Terra mechanic really lived up to the Delta species mechanic, which was a thing during the mid-2000s. They kind of diluted everything that could have been with the Terra mechanic and having Pokemon exist as different type Pokemon into EX Pokemon wearing hats, and they all have this bench barrier thing, and that's it, right? Like, it doesn't have any connectivity over to the video game, and just seemed like a very lazy slap-on mechanic to give all of these EX Pokemon just a blanket bench barrier. They can't be damaged on the bench. You do, of course, have some cool Terra Pokemon like Charizard, which is a Darkness type Pokemon, right? And that's cool because usually Charizard is Fire type, and this is a Darkness type Pokemon that takes Fire type energy to attack. So it does create some kind of interesting gameplay stuff with weakness, but still, there's not really any other deeper thing going on other than this is a dark type Charizard that takes fire energy and it has bench barrier. You do have certain trainer cards that only interact with Terra Pokemon, or you have certain ability. You also have abilities that can only be activated if you've got a Terra Pokemon in play. Another thing that I think is kind of not cool is that only EX Pokemon could be Terra, right? So, like, the Terra mechanic is relegated to only the EX Pokemon. And that's another thing that I have an issue with the current game design, is that they're not doing any of the cool mechanics with single prize Pokemon, which ultimately kind of leads to a flattening of the gameplay experience because single prize Pokemon aren't being involved with the cool new mechanics that exist. It's kind of forcing you to play the two prize Pokemon instead of having very valuable and integral single prize Pokemon that are mixing it up with your two prize Pokemon. Another thing that the Terra Pokemon pretty much all have in common is that they have these attacks that are difficult to pay for, right? All cost different energy, which kind of plays into the flavor of them, right? They are these Pokemon that have different kinds of types going on, but other than that, I feel like Terra Pokemon were pretty uninspired, and I would actually give Terra Pokemon a lower ranking than the base EX Pokemon because I feel like it was a missed opportunity. Pokemon could have used the Terra mechanic to do something kind of really cool and groundbreaking, but instead they kind of just gave us more of the same and something that felt really uninspired. So I'm going to knock it down from the base Scarlet and Violet EX, give it C tier. Dang, you can't just look up like owners Pokemon, right? But let's look up let's just look up Journey Together, right? Journey Together and Destined Rivals. Boom. Let's just do that. Yeah. Another remix on the EX Pokemon that they did during the Scarlet and Violet era is the Owners Pokemon. We saw introduced in Journey Together and then continued in Destined Rivals. This is a rehash of the Owners mechanic, which we've seen kind of go in and out of the game from the very earliest days of the Pokemon TCG. And honestly, even though it is very nostalgic to see owners Pokemon again in the Pokemon TCG, I've always hated it. I've always thought that owners Pokemon are kind of a bad game design. And my biggest beef with the owners Pokemon is that they all have to evolve from the owner's pre-evolution. So it really inhibits your deck building. N's Zoroark EX, for instance, has to evolve from N's Zeraora, and N's Zeraora cannot evolve into a regular Zoroark or a regular Zoroark EX. One of the things that I loved the most about the introduction of lowercase EX Pokemon to the game again is that you could combine evolution lines. That's something that makes it really fun to deck build, is having a Pidgey that could evolve into multiple different things all in your deck. That's just fun deck building. It allows you to splash different Pokemon and lines and do different things. But the owner's Pokemon cannot do that because of the way that the mechanic works. All N's Pokemon have to evolve from their N's counterpart. All Lily's Pokemon have to evolve from their Lily's counterpart. And there are, of course, like powerful trainers that go with the various owners' Pokemon, like N's PP Up, N's Castle. There's Lily's Pearl, which makes your Lily's Pokemon give up less prize cards. But for the most part, it's pretty difficult to splash owners' Pokemon with other archetypes. Right now, Gardevoir EX decks are playing Lily's Clefairy EX because it's a very strong card with a strong ability, but it being a Lily's Pokemon really has nothing to do with anything. And then Zoroark EX is being played because it's a very broken card that can... Because it's a very broken card that can draw a lot of cards with its trade ability, but it feels awkward to splash stuff in with the Zoroark EX deck because you have to have an N's Pokemon on your bench that Zoroark can copy, and then if you're playing other Pokemon, Zoroark can't copy those because the owner's mechanic is very insular, right? It kind of feels like the Pokemon Company is giving you a prepackaged deck and saying, this is the way you kind of have to play these Pokemon. And anytime it feels like the Pokemon Company is kind of giving you a pre-made deck or a pre-made strategy and telling you this is the way you have to play it, that to me is kind of bad game design. So not a huge fan of the owner's Pokemon, never have been. And the newer owner's Pokemon, I think, are kind of just all right. I think they're like a D tier, dude. I'm thinking D tier. Anybody gonna fight me if I put these in D tier? I mean, like, I think owners Pokemon are that bad. I'm ready. I am like ready. V-Stars are worse just because there's a good deck. Just because there is a successful deck using a mechanic doesn't mean it's a good mechanic. Do you know what you see what I'm saying? Doesn't make it good game design. You see what I'm saying? Just because, like, Mew VMAX was one of the best decks of all time, you know? That doesn't matter. VMAXs are still D tier. Yeah, honestly, I think that owners' mechanics are just terrible game design. I hate that they can't be played with anything else. It feels like Pokemon is giving you a prepackaged deck. I'm slapping that in D tier for sure. Then you kind of have the original owners Pokemon. While we're here, got to talk about the original owners Pokemon from Gym Heroes and Gym Challenge. I mean, super nostalgic. And I feel like that's kind of what the newer owners Pokemon are trying to play off of, is our nostalgia. Something that really bothered me about the newer owners Pokemon is that, like, if you're going to play the nostalgia card, you don't even, like, the newer owners Pokemon don't even look like the older owners Pokemon, right? Like, at least lean into the nostalgia a little bit. Maybe have the cards look or feel similar in a way, right? As far as like their design goes. But honestly, none of these cards were very good. You had a couple that were like very good, like Rocket Zapdos, but it being a Rocket's owner Pokemon had nothing to do with it being a powerful card. It just is a powerful card, right? It's just a big basic that dominated. But other than that, it being an owner's Pokemon had nothing to do with its success. All of the different trainers that they printed to interact with the various owners Pokemon were pretty much all terrible. As much as I love how visually appealing and collectible these early owners Pokemon are, I have to acknowledge that it's just a trash gameplay mechanic. I mean, I have a master set of Gym Hero and Gym Challenge because I think that these cards are so cool. These are some of the only sets that I've ever master collected. I really don't master collect a lot, but the set's terrible. The cards from a gameplay perspective, the cards are just pretty irredeemable. Where are they? Original owners Pokemon? Yep. So I like the aesthetics of the original owners Pokemon more than the aesthetics of the modern owners Pokemon, but the modern owners Pokemon are like more playable than the old ones were, but it doesn't really matter. They both are terrible mechanics and belong in D tier. All right, so we got through owners. Let's talk megas. And then megas is going to be a fun way for us to like jump back into like the XY megas, I think. So let's do that. Oh, should we not do? Oh, yeah. We should do. All right, before we go there, we should do all right, I'm going to ask chat where these guys should go. Where should the Pokemon C go? What the heck are they? Where are they? Lawson, Flare, Delta Species, V Unions. Where the heck are they? We should do C, like, what are they? SP Pokemon, right? Let's do SP while we're here. Do I have SP on the list? Where are SPs? I got level X. Where are my SPs at? It was a Crobat. Did I not save it? I didn't save it. Well, I don't have SP on the list. So we're going to have to fix that real quick. I wonder if I can go back far enough. I think so. Maybe. I don't think I deleted any of my layers. So there it is. Beautiful. All right, I'm pretty much going to let chat decide this one because I didn't play it as much. Wait. No. How do I get my work back? He just learned how bad Tier Maker is. I know, right? I did. It's fine. It's fine. We're going to come through. We got this. I wasn't too far in. Wasn't too far in. We're saved. So I'm down to level X in. Delta species are in. Light Dark are in. Original owners Pokemon are not in. Okay. Ultra Beast next. Weights. Does this thing freaking work? Does it work at all? Do I have to do this for every single one? Battle styles are in. Tag teams. Excuse me. Tag teams are not in. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32. 32. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32. I am missing 1, 2, 3. Oh my God. All right. Killing me, dude. Okay. We have Pokemon SP. Yes. Held items. No. No held item. I don't see held item. All right. Got held item. Babies. No babies. All right. These are the ones I'm missing. Dual type. Aqua Magma. Gold stars. I think gold stars are here. Gold star is not here. Shining is here. Yeah, shining is here. Okay. Gold stars are not here. Okay. Seems correct. 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32. 33, 34, 35, 36, 37. And I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37. 37. All right. We're there, gamers. We're back. And we had VMAX. We had V-Star. We had Terra. We had EX. We had Owner's Pokemon. We had other Owner's Pokemon. All right. Paradox are on here twice? Whatever, dude. There's Paradox here. Where else is Paradox? I don't see Paradox twice. Ancient Future. Oh, I have Ancient Future. All right. Yeah. Submit. All right. That's fine. All right. We've done it. Okay. Thank God. Let's go. All right. Time to talk about SP. Where do Pokemon SP belong? What do we think? What do we think? People seem to really like Pokemon SP. In a way, Pokemon SP were kind of also Owner's Pokemon, but people seem to really like them. Right? Pokemon SP were also Owner's Pokemon. But what? Were they all basics or level ups, right? So that was something about the Pokemon SP. Pokemon SP were owners' Pokemon, but they were all either basics or leveled up Pokemon. So the level up mechanic is also very baked into what it meant to be a Pokemon SP. Pokemon SP did feel like they kind of mitigated my biggest complaint with the owner's Pokemon mechanic in that Pokemon SP literally didn't evolve, right? They are all basics. Like your Drifblim didn't have to evolve from a Drifblim. Your Drifblim FB didn't have to evolve from a Drifloon FB, whatever FB means. Your Blaziken FB didn't have to evolve from a, Combuskin FB or SP or whatever. I'm not going to lie, looking back at these mechanics, all the FB, SP stuff is like a little bit confusing. What does FB even mean? Frontier Brain? Like, what does Frontier Brain even mean? Can you guys explain to me what Frontier Brain means? Like, what is Frontier Brain? Like the gym leaders of the Battle Frontier? Because isn't there... Like, this one's GL. What is that? What's GL mean? Gym leader. Okay. Got it. All right. Got it. And then what's G? Galactic. Okay. All right. I get it now. And what's C mean? Cynthia? Champion. Oh, I see. I'm learning something new. I've literally never knew this before. This is all new, brand new information to me. Okay. People really seem to like the design of Pokemon SP. Pokemon SP are a lot like owners Pokemon in that they have an owner right there on the card. Like, you've got Togekiss C with the champion Cynthia there. You've got Pokemon FB, which have Pokemon from the Battlefront. You have Pokemon FB, which have leaders from the Battle Frontier. You've got Pokemon G, which are Team Galactic. And then you've got Pokemon GL, which are from gym leaders. So pretty cool little mechanic. The thing that I really appreciate about the SP Pokemon is that they've kind of... The thing that I really appreciate about the SP Pokemon is that they have kind of eliminated my biggest complaint with the owner's Pokemon mechanic, which is that they can't evolve from regular pre-evolutions. Like, Blaziken SP doesn't have to worry about evolving from a regular Combuskin or anything because they just made all of the Pokemon SP basics. In fact, they're just all kind of powerful, big, basic Pokemon, which is okay. I mean, you're kind of eliminating that whole side of the Pokemon TCG by making these Pokemon SP, but it did make them fun to deck build and play with because you could easily splash a Pokemon SP into any type of deck because they didn't have to evolve. So from a deck building perspective, Pokemon SP are really fun and people really enjoyed them. They have all of like the cool aesthetics of having a gym leader or a champion or even a villain attached to them. And I really love the silver border hollows of the level X's, which is its own mechanic. Level X is kind of how they introduced evolving or leveling up to these Pokemon SP, right? Because as non-evolving basics, they are kind of one-dimensional in that way. They're just all these single prize, non-evolving basics, but then they decided to make them more multi-dimensional by introducing the level up mechanic, right? So the level up mechanic, you can only level up a Pokemon if that Pokemon SP is in the active spot and it evolves from its previous level. So Luxray GL level X evolves from, I'm going to say it's leveled up. It is not evolving. Leveling up kind of fixes the whole lack of evolving thing with Pokemon SP. It allows them to level up when they're in the active spot. You can only level up a Pokemon from the regular SP when it's in the active, and it adds to that card. Kind of in the same way that Pokemon Break did, except I really like what Pokemon Break did with the horizontal card layout, because Pokemon Break retain all of the attacks and other stats from their previous card except for hit points. Level X Pokemon do retain all of the attacks from the previous level, but also replace the retreat cost, weakness, resistance, all of that, and the hit points, of course. I think it's overall an interesting mechanic. People really liked playing with them. They were all very good. Not all of them, but many of them were very good and existed within top tier archetypes. For me, the thing that is most successful about the SP mechanic, not only is it flavorful, not only do the cards look really sweet, the thing that makes this such a successful mechanic to me, the SP mechanic and the level X mechanic, is that these cards could easily be splashed into and played alongside other non-SP cards. And that was something that you saw all the time during this period, was that powerful SP Pokemon would be included within other archetypes. So to me, that's something that makes a very successful archetype. The SP Pokemon also brought in all of what was it, like Cyrus's stuff? Like what's like Power Spray? Team Galactic's invention. The SP era also had some of the only counterspell type cards ever printed in the Pokemon TCG. One of the most notable ones is this Power Spray Trainer, which you can only play if you have 3 or more Pokemon SP on your board, and it just stops your opponent's Pokemon power from going into effect, right? Like, you play Power Spray during your opponent's turn, and you could only do it if you had 3 Pokemon SP in play. So, like, that is also a really cool kind of step and dimension for the Pokemon trading card game. Throughout the game's history, there are only a couple of cards that trigger during your opponent's turn. There's an Eevee with, like, there's only a couple of cards that trigger during your opponent's turn, and this is one of them. And it was a card that saw a lot of play during its time in Standard. So really cool. And I have to say, I think that the Pokemon SP brought a lot to the Pokemon TCG during their time there. A lot of people really love those formats, love to revisit them. So I'll be putting Pokemon SP and Pokemon Level X both in A tier. They play really well with other cards. They kind of eliminated the biggest problems with the owner's mechanic and were very iconic during their time. You think that's fair? You think that's fair, guys? I think that's fair. I think that's cool. We also have like battle styles. Well, battle styles are kind of similar to... Yeah, let's go to megas. We'll talk about megas. Megas are kind of like the newest thing. I don't know that hardly anything will be in S tier. Maybe just Delta species. Like, kind of thinking about it, like maybe GX and maybe Delta species, right? Like, I'm thinking that those two might be the only S tier mechanics in the whole video. I think regular GX kind of like, I think they were like absolutely game changing when they came out. Incredible. All right, let's go to talk about megas. Let's talk about megas. Let's talk about the new megas. Let's talk about Mega Pokemon EX. Mega Pokemon EX are back in the Pokemon TCG, and with them we have the return of the 3-prizer, which we saw during the VMAX era. We also saw it at the end of the Sun and Moon era with Tag Team Pokemon. We've got 3-prizers back. Now, obviously, 3-prizers were kind of a 3-prizers were kind of a stain on the Pokemon TCG's history during the Sword and Shield era, if you ask me. To have the game revisiting them, I don't love it. These Mega Pokemon, in my opinion, don't seem very interestingly designed. They're kind of just huge, and that's the thing. They're huge, and they give up 3 prize cards. We did just see Tord Reclev win the Las Vegas Regional Championships with a Mega Absol EX, Mega Kangaskhan EX deck, just an entirely big basic deck. From a gameplay perspective, it doesn't bother me that we are kind of going back to these big basic 3 prize Pokemon. It's fine. The game has been there before, but from a game design perspective, I am TV Boy says, is this video really going to be in this random order? Yeah, I probably will be, and that's just because that's how my brain works, so that's how it's going. I feel like it's like you kind of are trying to like weave a tale, right? So like to not talk about the other owner's Pokemon while you're talking about the other owner's Pokemon, it's kind of has to be like in a narrative style where everything kind of like flows together. If you're just doing it chronologically, you'll be like, oh, we're back here again. Oh, we're back here again. Like, I don't know. I feel like it makes sense to kind of like group the similar mechanics together so that you can compare them against each other. Like here, I'm going to talk about regular EX Pokemon, like, or the regular megas now, and then I'm going to compare them to the XY megas. And to me, it makes the most sense to talk about those two next to each other. So yeah, it's going to be like this. That's how it's going. To me, these modern Mega Pokemon just aren't really inspired. We've kind of already done all of this before. The only new thing is that now we've got these Stage 2 3-prizers, which I guess is something that we've never had before. We've essentially had Stage 1 3-prizers because it's more or less what Pokemon VMAX were, except these don't evolve from Pokemon V. They do evolve from regular Pokemon, which does make them better than Pokemon VMAX, in my opinion. We've also already had giant basic 3-prize Pokemon. I mean, Mega Absol EX has the same amount of HP as like your Arceus, Dialga, and Palkia GX, right? So like, it's kind of just a revisiting of that thing, except these guys don't have the very cool GX attack, right? Which is something that tag teams had. So that's kind of like boring, in my opinion. I think that these new Mega Pokemon are just boring. I don't really think that they bring a lot to the Pokemon TCG other than just being huge bloated dudes. So there's that. They are very cool in that Mega Pokemon as a kind of mechanic within the franchise, people really love Megas, and people have been waiting a long time for Megas to return to the Pokemon TCG since the X and Y era. So from a collectability standpoint, you gotta give it to the Megas. They are very cool in that regard. Even looking back at the Mega Pokemon from the X and Y era, those were all pretty much terrible, and they didn't really offer a lot as far as like gameplay mechanics go either, but they're very collectible cards. So I gotta say, the Mega Pokemon are always going to be neat looking. They're always going to be collectible. But from a gameplay perspective, I think they're kind of just bloated and boring. Let's go talk about Mega Manetric. Oh, what is it? Mega Manetric? No, it's like M Manetric. Really? Mega. There we go. Excuse me. Like the new Megas, the coolest thing, like the new Megas, the old Megas from the X and Y block, also extremely iconic. I mean, I love the Japanese text flowing through them. That to me is one of the most identifiable things about these cards. And then the Japanese versions of the cards have English text flying through them. So pretty cool thing, exclusive to these Mega Pokemon from the X and Y era. These Pokemon were not really well designed, in my opinion, though. They had these things called Spirit Links, which you had to use in order to make it so that they didn't end the turn when you evolved them, right? Whenever you tried to evolve your Rayquaza EX into a Mega Rayquaza EX, you would have to deal with the Mega Evolution rule, which says when one of your Pokemon becomes a Mega Pokemon, your turn ends. So evolving into them literally ended your turn. I do respect that from a game design standpoint, because at least they were trying to reel in the power level of these cards. The game designers kind of acknowledged that these were some of the most powerful cards that the game had ever seen. They were some of the first cards to break that 200 hit point barrier, which was monumental at the time. At the time, big basic Pokemon EX had about 180, 170 hit points. So for Pokemon to be up over 200 HP was a really big deal, and the game designers knew that. So they really wanted to rein them in and make sure that they were balanced. And they did that by giving them the Mega Evolution rule, which ended their turn when they evolved. But, of course, you could pass that. You could bypass that Mega Evolution rule if you played some of these goofy Spirit Links in your deck, which were tool cards that you attached to your Pokemon EX, and they allowed you to Mega Evolve into a Mega Pokemon EX without ending your turn. Okay. My problem with Spirit Links was that every single Mega Pokemon had its own Spirit Link. It was obnoxious. As someone who played during the X and Y block and had to keep a collection of Spirit Links, it was a nightmare keeping all of your Spirit Links in order, right? Because for every single Mega Pokemon that you had to have a playset of Spirit Links to go with them. I would have enjoyed this original Mega mechanic so much more if there was just one Spirit Link that helped all of your Mega Pokemon to ignore the Mega Evolution rule. And I think that would have been fine. Again, one of the biggest problems with these Mega Pokemon, let's take a look at like a deck. One of the biggest problems with these Mega Pokemon was that they were very hard to play with other things. A lot of Mega decks, like this is Grant Manley's third place U.S. Nationals deck from 2015, a lot of these Mega decks just played a fat Mega line and then maybe like one other guy, and that's the deck. Because you had to play like a 4-3 line of your favorite Mega Pokemon, and then you had to play a gang of these Spirit Links that had no effect on the game other than allowing your very broken Mega Pokemon to evolve into play. So I didn't really love that. I thought it would have been cooler if the Spirit Link could be attached to any Mega Pokemon, so that way if you wanted to splash like a 1-1 other Mega into your deck, you could do that. But because of the way that Spirit Links are, you couldn't ever realistically just kind of splash a Mega Pokemon into a deck, which really inhibited your deck building capabilities because you kind of had to be all in on whatever Mega Pokemon you were playing, and the Spirit Links just clogged up your deck. In a lot of ways, these original Mega EX Pokemon feel a lot like the VMAX mechanic because they all have to evolve from these big basic EX Pokemon, and they just kind of make deck building boring because you have to be fully committed to your Mega Evolution line in the same way that you had to be fully committed to your VMAX line. I do think that these are slightly better developed than Pokemon VMAX, though, because their power level was reined in, and it didn't make them oppressive to play against or anything like that. It didn't feel like the first person to get their Mega Evolution Pokemon into play was like so much further ahead than the player who got their Mega Evolution into play second. Like, it didn't feel as bad as it did during the Sword and Shield era, being the first player to get your VMAX Pokemon into play. So I do think that they're slightly better game design than Pokemon VMAX, but still not the most inspired. And because of that, almost all of these Mega Evolution Pokemon were pretty unplayable. You did have some that were quite good. Mega Rayquaza EX was quite good. Primal Groudon EX was quite good. You did have Mega Mewtwo kind of become its own deck for a little while. But Mega Audino won Worlds? I mean, yeah, Mega Audino EX did win Worlds. Kind of like the biggest one-hit wonder of the Pokemon TCG ever. But it did win Worlds. So this Mega Gardevoir, which is also a dual type, which is another mechanic that we're going to get to, was also pretty decent. I think that the X and Y Megas were okay. I do think that they're more interesting than our current set of Megas. They're more balanced than our current set of Megas. But really, I am not a fan of the Spirit Link thing, and I think that that just clogged up decks and really limited deck building creativity during the time. I'm going to put the original Mega Evolution Pokemon in C tier. And then, sorry, current Megas. Current Megas, ultimately bland. I think they belong in D tier. Really not bringing anything special to the Pokemon TCG. And if I'm being honest, I think that as far as aesthetics go, the older ones looked better. Holland should be on there. I mean, I've got Delta Species. Is Holland like its own mechanic? Doesn't that just... The Holland stuff... I was going to link the Holland stuff in with Delta Species. That's all to me one thing. Holland is not Delta Species? Aren't I going to lose all this work, bro? Oh, I can... Oh, okay, I just have to click that. All right, that works. That works. So Holland is different than... All right, that's fine. Yeah, it is different. You're right. It's different than Delta Species, but I'm probably going to talk about them in the same breath. Who is Holland? Who is Hollands, bro? Who are they? Just some guy? There we go. We're in. The Holland region? What is the Holland region? There's a region? Who is the Holland? Who are Holland? All right. We just talked about megas. All right. While we're talking about 3 prize Pokemon, let's talk about GXs, dude. Holland was supposedly a region. Is it like a is it like a TCG only? Is Holland like TCG only lore? That's so sick. Ah, I love that. So the Holland region is where the Delta species Pokemon come from. God, that's so freaking cool, man. God. That's so cool. All right. All right, we just talked a lot about Pokemon lowercase EX, Pokemon before we talk about these, we got to talk about regular EXs. All right. Now, before Mega Pokemon EX, there were regular Pokemon capital EX. This was the Pokemon TCG's kind of big reintroduction of the 2 prize Pokemon. Originally in the Pokemon TCG, all Pokemon only gave up a single prize card. And then you had the original Pokemon lowercase EX, which debuted in the Aqua and Magma set 2004, right? And continued being printed through 2006, and are largely, was it 2007? EX Pokemon were printed in 2007 too, I think. Anyways, you had your original lowercase EX Pokemon, which were printed in the mid 2000s, and then during the Diamond and Pearl era, they stopped printing multi-prize Pokemon, which is something that people really enjoyed. It kind of changed the pace of the game dramatically. Then they reintroduced the concept of the 2 prize Pokemon during the Heart Gold and Soul Silver mini block, and really brought it back with a vengeance during the Black and White era. Next Destinies, Mewtwo EX, kind of the dawn of a new era. Pokemon capital EX just changed the way the game was played completely. We went from having multiple evolution-based decks to the game just being absolutely dominated by big basic Pokemon, because Pokemon capital EX, unlike Pokemon lowercase EX, did not evolve. That was the thing with Pokemon capital EX. Even if it was an evolution Pokemon, they did not evolve, right? Like Pokemon SP, we saw like the various Pokemon that would usually be evolved. The various Pokemon that would usually be evolved Pokemon were not evolved Pokemon when they were Pokemon SP. Same thing with Pokemon capital EX. You could have like a Pidgeot EX, a Charizard EX, right? A Venusaur EX, Blastoise EX. They're all basics. They're big basics, all of them. And they pretty much all had 170 to 180 hit points, unless you're a Molga who only had 110 hit points. Some of the very strong support Pokemon like Jirachi EX only had 90 hit points, but gave up 2 prize cards, right? They all give up 2 prize cards. And there were different flavors of Pokemon Capital EX throughout the years, like the Mega Pokemon we just talked about. There were Team Plasma Pokemon as well. And obviously, they kind of reinvented different Pokemon Capital EX. They kind of reinvented the Pokemon Capital EX throughout the years because Pokemon Capital EX dominated the game from the Black and White era all the way up through the X and Y era. So for 2 entire blocks, big basic Pokemon were the way of the Pokemon TCG. Sometimes you would play your big basic Pokemon with a single prize evolution Pokemon as support, but big basic Pokemon EX were almost always the primary attackers, like we would see with Keldeo EX. Keldeo EX would be played with Blastoise, which had its Deluge ability, and you could accelerate water energy onto your Keldeo to do lots of damage. Mewtwo EX and Darkrai EX, some of the most iconic Pokemon ever in the history of the game, but they're just big basic. So you would kind of just combo these big basic Pokemon with the most broken trainer cards you could get, and that was the deck, right? And there were a lot of decks like that. Virizion Genesect, for instance. You had Virizion, which could accelerate energy onto your Genesect EX. Genesect EX had a very cool ability, which could gust things up and then blow things up with its powerful Ace Spec card that was designed just for your Genesect EX. But yeah, they're all basics. The biggest of which, of course, was Wailord EX. Famously got second place at the 2015 U.S. National Championships. A Wailord stall deck. You've got the biggest Pokemon legal at the time. 250 hit points is a basic Pokemon, right? The deck never attacked. It was just a deck that tried to stall your opponent out. So these capital Pokemon EX are just very kind of like these capital Pokemon EX. I don't even like. Are they well designed? Not really. I don't like. I started playing the Pokemon trading card game right before the introduction of Pokemon Capital EX. So many of my fondest Pokemon TCG memories are of these Pokemon Capital EX. But looking back at them, trying to conceptualize like 2 entire generations of multi-prize Pokemon and ask if they're actually good game design, I don't think that they are great game design. But the thing that I really respect about the Pokemon Capital EX was that throughout the course of 2 blocks, the Black and White block and the X and Y block, Pokemon did a really good job of keeping their HP total in check. They did a really good job of that. And what that allowed was it allowed single prize Pokemon to continue to play nice with the Pokemon Capital EX because the HP was always in check. In the modern Pokemon TCG, it feels like the game designers have just completely done away with all HP checks, and now the multi-prize Pokemon's HP is increasing at a rate far more drastically than their single prize counterparts. So that gulf between your multi-prize Pokemon and your single prize Pokemon is getting bigger. But if you look at like Tornadus EX, Darkrai EX, 180 hit points, right? And then you look at a card that was printed much later, like Yveltal EX, right? Printed during a different block, still 170 hit points. So I feel like they did a good job of keeping them balanced with the rest of the card pool. They did come in and just straight up dominate and change the landscape of the Pokemon TCG forever. So it's hard. It's hard. The game really will never be the same because of the years that we spent playing with these Pokemon capital EX. And it kind of feels like the big bang of the Pokemon TCG when you look back and think about it, right? Like Next Destinies was kind of like the big bang moment for the Pokemon TCG. Everything before it felt like something different. If you want to go back and play retro formats, a lot of people are most interested in playing formats before the introduction of these Pokemon capital EX, because these Pokemon capital EX kind of ushered in the modern era of the Pokemon TCG. Games got quicker. Pokemon did way more damage. Big basic Pokemon. You could build decks entirely based around big basic Pokemon with huge amounts of HP and ridiculous attacks. That kind of stuff had never been done before in the game design of the Pokemon TCG. And I'm not really mad that the game designers decided to go here, because when you're designing a game like the Pokemon TCG, I mean, they really had done a lot of very cool and creative and different things leading up to this time. And I do feel like these Pokemon capital EX kind of changed the game in a way that it can never go back to the way that it was before. But these Pokemon were the start of what would eventually make the Pokemon trading card game the long-lasting, more popular game than it is now than it was back then, right? The game is very popular now. It's kind of going through a renaissance. Tournaments are bigger than ever. And these Pokemon capital EX really helped usher in that era. So it's hard for me to knock them. They're going in B or C tier. I think they belong in C tier. We've got Megas in C tier, though. I'm going to go ahead and slap them in B tier. I think they're all right. I don't think that they are the best that the game has to offer, but I do think that they were a really... Pokemon coming out with these capital EX is now just such a large part of the game's history. It's like impossible to think about the Pokemon trading card game without these Pokemon capital EX. I feel like they are some of the most iconic Pokemon in the game's history. And because the game designers kept their HP in check throughout the years, they all ended up playing pretty well with each other. I mean, I ended up getting 9th place at Worlds in 2015 with a single prize deck that didn't attack with any Pokemon EX. It was Night March. Like, that was pretty cool. And the reason why Night March was able to be successful is because Pokemon EX's HP was all in check. It wasn't like too big. So, yeah, I think these Pokemon capital EX really had a profound impact on the game. They really changed the trajectory of the game, and maybe not necessarily in the best way ever, but they were largely impactful. And I think there is a lot to love about those formats and the ways that they deviated from what had been done before in the Pokemon TCG. So I'm going to give Pokemon capital EX a B ranking, which I think is very fair for them. Let's see. One of the other flavors of Pokemon Capital EX was the Plasma mechanic. Something that I really appreciated about the Plasma mechanic was that it wasn't limited to exclusively EX Pokemon. There were single prize Pokemon that were Plasma Pokemon, and they were really important to the Plasma deck, which was one of the most powerful decks during this time. This Kyurem here is one of the best attackers. They also have these cool blue borders, right? Which was something that I think they should do more of in the Pokemon TCG. Whenever you get these kind of off-color borders, I think it just sets the cards apart, right? They just look so good. Pokemon kind of tried to do a Plasma style deck again with the future mechanic, and it just was not good, right? The future stuff ended up being pretty terrible, but the Plasma stuff was the real deal. Ended up getting second place at Nationals and Worlds, I think. Yeah. I think Ryan Sablehouse second place National Championship with the Plasma deck, and then I think you had second place at the World Championships as well, getting second to Jason Klaczynski, Simon Nerode, right? So very, very powerful archetype. But the cool, flavorful cards really set the Plasma cards apart for me. You've got like Hypnotoxic Laser, which was one of the most iconic trainer cards during the Black and White era. It's an item card, makes your opponent's active Pokemon poisoned, and then you get to flip a coin, see if they're asleep as well. Very, very powerful card. You had the Plasma Lugia EX, very strong Pokemon, could take additional prize cards when it took a knockout. You had to have Plasma Energy attached to it in order to use it. Plasma Energy could be accelerated into play with Colress Machine, which is an item. It allowed you to search your deck for a Plasma Energy attached to one of your Plasma Pokemon. It was just cool. It was cool. I really liked the blue borders. I really liked the flavor of these cards. They felt very fun to play with and build decks around. And I felt like the Plasma set was kind of a villain block done right. If you look at like the Destined Rivals set that just came out, it felt like that was a villain set and a villain mechanic kind of done wrong. All of the Rockets cards are terrible, unplayable filth, right? You can't even play any of the Rockets cards meaningfully splashed into any other deck, but many decks would play some of the Plasma cards because they were just that good, right? Like you would play Hypnotoxic Laser because it's just a really good card. Compare a card like Hypnotoxic Laser to a card like the Team Rockets Bomb, which is just the Rockets Watchtower. I mean, okay, the Rockets Watchtower, yeah, I guess that's like the best comparison, but still the Rockets deck is just terrible. Imagine if the Rockets cards had like a red border on them though, or like a big R kind of like splashed in the middle of it, right? And they just don't. They just don't, right? They don't look as cool, dude. They just don't look as good. If you take a look at like the Rockets cards, like separate yourself from looking at the full arts, because yes, the full arts have been something that has been great for the evolution of the look of the cards throughout the game's history. But like, I'm just talking about the base level cards. Like, you can't even tell that these are Rockets cards, you know, other than the little rocket grunt in the corner. But like, this doesn't have any flavor to it, right? Imagine if this had like a really striking red border, or like looked dope in some kind of way. It just doesn't. It just looks kind of like eh. Where you look at like any of these Plasma cards and they just pop off the page. They stand out. They look different. They feel different, right? They've got the plasma shield there. They've got the blue border. I mean, they look incredible. So I really think that the plasma mechanic was a villain mechanic done correctly, and it was a lot of fun. So we're going to put Plasma in... We're going to put Plasma in B tier right here with the capital Pokemon EX. I feel like Plasma was like a really nice mechanic for the EX Pokemon. It was a lot better than the Mega Evolution mechanic for the EX Pokemon. It's certainly the most flavorful version of the EX Pokemon that I can think of. The best... kind of the best EX variant. A tier? No, I'm still not putting anything EX in A tier, I don't think. I think it's like high B tier, but you got to save that stuff for the good stuff. I'm thinking. You got to be picky. Got to be picky. We are getting the R foils. It's true. It's true. Let's see. There's Headringer. All right. While we're talking about villain mechanics done correctly, I mean, my goodness, these were incredible, right? I mean, this is what I'm talking about. Pokemon should do more stuff like this. Look how freaking cool these cards look. Headringer and Jamming Net. Now, the problem is Pokemon only printed 2 of these. There are only 2, bro. There's Jamming Net, which is a Team Flare Hyper Gear, and there's Headringer, Team Flare Hyper Gear. They've got this like huge Flare logo emblazoned across the card. You can barely read it, but God, it looks awesome. The whole card is dipped in red, and these tool cards are actually really groundbreaking for the Pokemon TCG. They were released in Phantom Forces during the X and Y block. These are tool cards that you can attach to your opponent's Pokemon EX, so long as they don't have any tool cards attached to them. So this actually introduced some really interesting counterplay, because if you wanted to bench your own Pokemon EX, but make sure that your opponent didn't put a Headringer on it, right? Because Seismitoad decks played Headringer. This was a good card with Seismitoad EX, which is one of the most iconic Pokemon Capital EX ever, item locked, right? So Headringer makes it so that the Pokemon it's attached to's attacks cost 1 colorless energy more. So Seismitoad decks would item lock you, and they would put Headringer on your Pokemon EX, and then you're item locked, and you can't really do anything. This is a really cool thing. I have to say, visually and gameplay-wise, these are incredible. But the problem is, Pokemon only printed 2 of them. Like, that's it. Just what a letdown, right? Because you have such a cool thing, and you have all this potential to like lean into this Team Flare mechanic, but then all we got was like some item cards that say Team Flare gear on them, right? Like Battle Compressor. You could see the little Team Flare logo on it, and it says Team Flare gear. But outside of that, like, they didn't do anything else with Team Flare, which to me just seems like a huge letdown. A huge letdown. So as much as I love the design visually and gameplay-wise of cards like Jamming Net and Headringer, they're so unique. I feel like this is like the perfect villain card They just didn't elaborate on it at all, which is just so baffling. I love the flare gear though, so I'm going to put flare gear in A tier because it's such an epic mechanic and they look so good and they're so unique. I just wish Pokemon had done more with them. They're definitely some of the coolest things to come out of the EX era, but we got almost none of it. So that's the worst part about it, is we didn't get enough. All right, I got to start cooking. I'm trying to do everything that happened kind of like during the EX era. We also had dual type Pokemon. All right, let's talk about dual types. Another thing that we saw during the EX era was the dual type Pokemon. And we've seen dual type Pokemon throughout the history of the Pokemon TCG. Pokemon Legends were dual type. Pokemon Delta species were dual type. You even had some dark Pokemon were dual type, like your Dark Rockets Pokemon. Yeah, Dark Magcargo, Dark Gyarados were, part dark and part fighting, and they got to be both types in the Pokemon TCG. I think dual type Pokemon are really sweet. I love the fact that you can hit for 2 different weaknesses. Some of them even have 2 different weaknesses, which is kind of fun, right? They don't really do that anymore, but Pokemon used to have 2 weaknesses sometimes. Dual type Pokemon are just neat. Probably one of the most iconic dual type Pokemon of all time is Volcanion EX. The dude literally hits itself for weakness, which is pretty funny. And Volcanion being a fire and water Pokemon, what better Pokemon to make a dual type Pokemon than Volcanion? Aesthetically, I really like the way that they used to do the dual types. I mean, like, the Legends Pokemon all look pretty neat, right? You've got some blue, you've got some silver. It's water and metal, right? You've got your Pokemon like this Vileplume, right? You can kind of see it blending between purple and silver. I mean, they don't make dual type Pokemon like they used to. The horizontal streak going through the Volcanion is certainly kind of ugly, but I think that the Volcanion gameplay-wise and dual type Pokemon gameplay-wise are freaking sweet. I mean, there's not too much more to it other than the fact that the Pokemon is 2 types, right? Do you like that as a gameplay mechanic? Yes or no? The answer for me is yes. I love the flavor of the cards. I think they look really fun. I do prefer the older design of the dual type Pokemon to the newer design. But yeah, dual type Pokemon, they should do more of that. Balls of Unfortunately, it seems to me like the game designers don't really like doing dual type Pokemon anymore. We've seen a lot of this lately where Pokemon just get kind of like a ability that makes them have 2 types, which I hate. I think this sucks. I wish that creatures would stop doing this because the cards just look so much more fun if they're dual type, right? Right. This sucks. Like, stop giving Pokemon a dual type ability. Just make them cool dual type Pokemon again, right? Like, because there's just something really neat about a Pokemon having 2 different types on it. And I wish that they would bring that back. We're putting dual type Pokemon in A tier. Ancient trait? Oh, yeah, dude. Ancient traits. Another funny thing they did during the X and Y block that helped add some flavor to the Pokemon capital EX was that they gave some of them ancient traits. There's even Mega Evolution Pokemon that have ancient traits, like Mega Rayquaza EX has got the Delta Evolution trait. You can play this card to evolve a Pokemon during the same turn that you played it. You've got this one, right? Delta Wild. Is that Delta or is that Alpha? Alpha Wild? Is that Delta? That's Delta, isn't it? Anyways, the Dragon type Mega Rayquaza EX has damage done to it by Grass, Fire, Water, and Lightning Pokemon reduced by 20. One of the most influential ones was Primal Groudon EX, which could not be targeted by trainer cards. So that meant that if it was on the bench, your opponent couldn't use boss's orders to bring it into the active spot. Except it wasn't boss's orders back then. It was Lysander. Couldn't use Lysander to bring it into the active spots. I think that these ancient traits are pretty neat. This is a kind of pseudo ability, right? But it can't be turned off. That's what makes it a trait. Like, abilities can be interacted with, but the traits could not be turned off. That's kind of what separated them from being abilities. So they're kind of like just abilities in a way, but they're all right. They're kind of neat. Ultimately, they're not that deep. We're going to put them in C tier. They're like, okay, right? They're just kind of like abilities that can't be interacted with. All right. No, I don't think Fairy and Dragon are game mechanics. It's kind of just like a core thing, right? It's like saying, even though they got added, yeah, it's not. One of my favorite things that Pokemon did during the X and Y block was the Pokemon Break mechanic. Now, Pokemon Break, some people love them, some people hate them. I personally am a Pokemon Break lover. They're freaking gold, man. I mean, like, they're literally gold. Like, how did the Pokemon get gold? I don't know. I love it when Creatures does stuff in the trading card game that is like trading card game only, right? Like this is just TCG only canon. There's nothing in the video game that like makes a Pokemon Break or gold or whatever. This is just purely TCG stuff. You got to be a real TCG head to know what a Pokemon Break is. And the cards, they all had this like really unique hollow pattern as well that you can't see from these scanned images, but they all kind of had this like squared hollow pattern. Kind of looks pretty funny. But these cards are all kind of like level ups, except you could evolve your Pokemon into a Pokemon Break at any point. Didn't have to be in the active spot. It could be on the bench. And Break Pokemon were kind of like an extra evolution step. So your Greninja, which was a stage 2 Pokemon, would evolve into a Greninja Break. So the joke is that Greninja Break is like a stage 3. Right? And Greninja Break is probably the most iconic Pokemon Break. Pokemon Break basically give the Pokemon that you're break evolving a boost in HP, and then either a nice little attack or ability, and then it retains all of the stats from the card that it evolved from. So Greninja Break would retain the weakness, resistance, retreat cost, and attacks of the Greninja that it evolved from. I played Zoroark Break. It evolved from the Breakpoint Zoroark in my top 8 2017 North American International Championship deck. Zoroark Break's a ton of fun to play. Made it so that your Zoroark, which had the Mind Jack attack, which did 10 damage plus 30 more damage for each of your opponent's bench Pokemon, could also use Foul Play, which copied any of the opponent's active Pokemon's attacks. Just kind of turned your Zoroark, which is a stage 1 Pokemon, into a Pokemon with like a stage 2 option. And it felt really fun to deck build with these Pokemon Break because they really elaborated on the concept, the core concept of evolution in the Pokemon TCG. I think that the game is generally better when evolution is a core component of the game, and that the game designers are really thinking about how to use evolution in fun and creative ways. I also just really love the artwork and the design of the Pokemon Break. Big shouts to Carbink Break as well. My wife, Natalie, got second place at a regional championship with Carbink Break. I also got 9th place at a regional championship, an expanded regional with Carbink Break in my deck. Trevenant Break was also a huge one. You would play Trevenant Break with the item locking Trevenants from X and Y base set. So you would item lock and then spread damage counters on all your opponent's Pokemon. The Break Pokemon were just a lot of fun. I really like what they brought to the game. And at a time where Pokemon capital EX were very powerful in the Pokemon TCG, Pokemon Break were a buff that was given to regular non-Pokemon EX. And that's something that's really, kind of think about that. How often do the game designers give a buff to non-rule box Pokemon? They never do that, dude. They never do that. They always include the rule box Pokemon in whatever the newest mechanic is. Now, unfortunately, many of the Pokemon Break are quite bad, but there were quite a few good ones, right? Zoroark Break was good. Greninja Break was good. Trevenant Break was good. Talonflame Break was played in Greninja Break decks. Yveltal Break was played at a time. Xerneas Break was played at a time, right? So, I think that the breaks, I really wish that the Pokemon Company would do more mechanics exclusively for single prize Pokemon. And to me, the break Pokemon kind of stand out as being one of those cool, unique mechanics that was just for single prize Pokemon. So for that, I love them. You know what, guys? I'm going to freaking do it. Breaks going in S tier, dude. Breaks in S tier. Breaks were so sick. They're going S tier. First S tier on the list. It's breaks. It's breaks, dude. And one of the best things about them was that only single prize Pokemon had Pokemon Break. Oh yeah, dude. Breaks were sick. Breaks were so sick. The more I think about breaks, the cooler they get. They're so cool. For sure. No, I think breaks look beautiful. What do you mean ugly? No way. All right, let's get to Pokemon GX. Pokemon capital EX. Let's see. Pokemon Capital EX dominated the black and white and X and Y blocks, but in Sun and Moon, they reinvented the Pokemon Capital EX with the Pokemon GX. And Pokemon GX were groundbreaking. They were different from Pokemon Capital EX because they evolved from regular single prize Pokemon. And that was crazy because, as we saw, your Capital EX were all big basic Pokemon. Even if it was like a Venusaur, the Venusaur was a basic. So unlike those big Pokemon Capital EX, Pokemon GX evolved from their regular single prize counterparts, just like your Pokemon lowercase EX did from the mid-2000s and from your modern Pokemon TCG sets. So Gardevoir GX could be played right alongside Gallade, which was a single prize Pokemon. And that was a really cool way to play the game. Not only were these cards very fun and balanced to play with, they also all had a totally new thing going on, the GX attack. A GX attack was something you had to have a counter, and you could use your GX attack once a game. Only one GX attack could be used a game, just like V-Star powers, which we saw during the Sword and Shield block. But these were groundbreaking at the time because this is something that had never been done in the history of the Pokemon TCG. So you had to think very carefully about how to use your GX attack, which one of your GX Pokemon's attacks would you use, and so on and so forth. Another thing that I really loved about Pokemon GX was that they felt like they were really thoughtfully balanced along with their single prize counterparts. Again, the HP difference is not that big. I mean, we're talking about Pokemon that were printed in 2017 having the same amount of HP as Pokemon that were printed in 2011, right? So a huge time gap going on there, and the HP really did not get out of control, which is something that I really love and appreciate about these Pokemon. Another thing that you'll notice, I mean, look at here, Zoroark GX, a stage 1 Pokemon, evolves from Zeraora. It's got 210 hit points. You know, compare that with an ENS Zoroark EX, which has 280 HP, right? So it felt like they were really trying to keep these Pokemon GX balanced with their single prize counterparts. Even a stage 2 Pokemon like Gardevoir GX, 230 hit points, but now your Gardevoir EX has 310 hit points. And as I said earlier, I think that gulf has just been widening and widening over the years, and Pokemon has kind of been leaving the single prize Pokemon behind while continuing to power creep their multi-prize Pokemon. But I felt like Pokemon GX kind of strike the perfect balance between powerful cards, fun gameplay. The worst part about the GXs, in my opinion, was that their secret rares looked like this. The rainbow rares were just ugly as sin. I know barely any people who really like the rainbow rares. I mean, they look absolutely horrendous, dude. I mean, just miserable cards. Thank God we're done with those. The full arts also look horrible, but a lot of the regular arts look really good. So, like, you can forgive the secret rares not looking great because the regular ones look really good. And there also are a lot of really nice secret, like kind of secret art rares as well that we ended up getting. But yeah, oh my God, so many gaudy, ugly cards. But from a gameplay perspective, Pokemon GX were some of the best that the game had ever seen. That 2017 North American International Championship and the 2017 World Championships were some of the most fun that I have ever had playing the Pokemon TCG. And for that, Pokemon GX are also in S tier. Yeah, dude, like crazy art rares, dude. Ultra Beast. Another fun little mechanic they did during the GX era. A fun little mechanic they did during the GX era was that they introduced Ultra Beasts. Some of them were powerful Pokemon GX, like Blacephalon GX, but some Ultra Beasts were single prize Pokemon. Yay! I really love it when creatures decides to incorporate single prize Pokemon into whatever mechanic it is that they're doing. It just makes the mechanic way more dynamic and fun. I absolutely hate it when the mechanic only interacts with rule box Pokemon, like we see with Mega Pokemon, like we see with Terra Pokemon, all that. I think mechanics are so much more fun when you can have both rule box Pokemon and non-rule box Pokemon have that mechanic involved. So the Ultra Beast cards, their kind of gimmick was that all of them interact with the prize cards in some way. You had like Baby Buzzwole here with a Sledgehammer attack. Does more damage if your opponent has exactly 4 prize cards remaining. You've got Dawnwing's Necrozma, right? Which you can only use its GX attack if you have more prize cards remaining than your opponent, and it makes you invincible. Ultra Necrozma GX has the Sky Scorching Light GX attack, which you can only use if the total of both players' remaining prize cards is 6, and you put 6 damage counters on each of your opponent's Pokemon. I mean, just a really cool thing, right? Ultra Beasts are kind of these like funky Pokemon that like, are they legendaries? Are they Pokemon? They're like Ultra Beasts. Like, what is an Ultra Beast, right? And their thing is that they all interact with the prize cards in some way, right? Buzzwole GX, Absorption GX does 40 damage for each of your remaining prize cards. There are also trainer cards that interact with Ultra Beasts, like the Beast Ring. There are also trainer cards that interact with Ultra Beasts, like the Beast Ring item card, which you could only play if your opponent had 3 or 4 prize cards remaining. You get to search your deck for up to 2 basic energy and attach them to one of your Ultra Beasts. Honestly, in hindsight, was not a huge fan of this card because it was just annoying. Like, you would be playing 4, 3, sometimes 2 Beast Ring in your deck because you needed to like hit them on the correct turn, but it's not like decks had it out like Arvin to go search them on the perfect turn. You just kind of had to like hope that you drew into them at the right time. So a lot of times you'd be like playing Cynthia to shuffle draw 6 and just like, God, I hope I draw into my freaking Beast Ring, right? Like that kind of thing happened a lot. Like, or I lose the game. It was like, I better draw into my Beast Ring or I like lose the game, right? So that was like kind of annoying, but ultimately I think that the, tying Ultra Beast to the prize cards is pretty cool. So we're going to put Ultra Beast in A tier. Oh my God, dude. Tag team Pokemon, man. I mean, the Sun and Moon era was like a renaissance in the Pokemon TCG. Gameplay got so interesting, and the decks were really fun to build and play. And then they came in with Tag Team Pokemon GX. I kind of got a love-hate relationship with Tag Team Pokemon. I certainly have quite a bit of nostalgia for them. As far as their artwork goes, I mean, absolutely incredible. All of them are illustrated by Arita. All the base artworks are illustrated by Arita. And Arita really does an incredible job of selling these Pokemon partnerships. They all look great, right? And that certainly plays into the fun factor of the tag teams, is that they just look and feel great to play with. On, the downside, they are big basic 3 prize Pokemon. So we went from having these really cool GX Pokemon that evolved, right, and played really nice with single prize Pokemon, to tag team Pokemon, which kind of like redid the big basic EXification of the Pokemon TCG, right? Because now you have like Pikachu and Zekrom GX has 240 hit points, which is nearly bigger than any big basic that had ever been released before. And you do have Magikarp and Wailord Tag Team GX, which is actually bigger than any Pokemon. I mean, this is the biggest Pokemon card of all time at this point, and it was a basic, right? It's just absolutely nuts. And the HP seemed like it was going to be like almost reasonable at first, with like Pikarom having 240 hit points. But then once we started really getting into the tag team era, they just kind of said, oh, heck with it, dude. Reshizard, 270 HP, 230 damage. Or, Double Blaze GX for 300 damage. Like, sure, okay, that's fine. Like crazy stuff. And then, of course, you've got Garchomp and Giratina Tag Team GX, 270 hit points. Calamitous Slash can do 240 damage if the opponent's Pokemon already has a damage counter on it. GGN GX, discard one of your opponent's Pokemon and all... discard one of your opponent's Pokemon and all cards attached to it. And if you've got 3 extra energy, you can discard 2 of your opponent's Pokemon instead. So Tag Team Pokemon just kind of came in and dominated the game in a way that we really hadn't seen since the original Capital Pokemon EX released during the Black and White set. And it really kind of re-centered the game around all of these gigantic, big basic Pokemon. ADP, of course, one of the most infamous of the tag team Pokemon, literally allowed you to take extra prizes whenever you took a knockout, made your Pokemon do 30 more damage. And it felt like tag team Pokemon were so powerful that when Sword and Shield came out, it felt like they kind of had to one-up themselves. And that was how Pokemon VMAX came into existence. So tag teams are undeniably beautiful and a very cool card to collect. But as far as their gameplay goes, I don't think it was like the best, most inspired thing that Creatures has ever done. I'm not mad that Creatures has experimented with 3 prize Pokemon in the game's history, but I don't feel like it's a place that we ever have to go again. I'm putting tag teams in C tier. I think they're all right, but anytime we're talking about a 3 prize mechanic, it's going to be pretty low on the list for me. Speaking of 3 prize Pokemon, another mechanic introduced during the Sword and Shield block was the V-Union. You had to have all 4 pieces of your V-Union in the discard pile, and at that point, you could summon your V-Union into play, which was this kind of Exodia-looking 4-piece combo card that looked absolutely ridiculous on your bench, and it had like 4 attacks, and sometimes it had an ability to, and it would give up like multiple prize cards. I mean, it would give up 3 prize cards when it got knocked out. I would just look at us trying to look at these V-Union pieces. They are silly, right? Like you could literally have Greninja's foot in your binder. Like it's that silly. The cards were pretty much all horrible, except for Mewtwo V Union, which did end up winning, I think, a regional championship as a stall deck. So the idea is to just stall, and then you would whip out your Mewtwo V Union, and it would never die because you would just use super regeneration over and over and over again until your opponent decked out. But that's pretty much all that V Unions ever did. So I'm putting V Unions in the D tier. I think that they're a pretty horrible mechanic, and you could only play your 4 V Union pieces, right? Like, you couldn't play more copies of them. So prizing was also a huge issue, because if you prized one of your V Union pieces, you like had a hard time getting it into play. Now, Legends, on the other hand, absolutely gorgeous cards. I mean, unbelievable artwork on these things. I know you got to kind of turn your head to the side to see, but these Legends cards are incredible, and their value is finally starting to kind of show how cool they are, right? Like, your Legends pieces are actually starting to increase in value. They're from the Heart Gold, Soul Silver block. Legends cards are really cool. Like V Unions, you had to combine 2 pieces in order to put one into play. You could only put a Legend into play if you had both halves in your hand at the same time, and then you could put it into play, which is really cool. And they gave up 2 prize cards when they got knocked out. So coming after the Diamond and Pearl block, where there were no 2 prize Pokemon, and then coming into the Heart Gold, Soul Silver era, you had 2 prize Pokemon again, but they did feel balanced in a way because you had to jump through some hoops in order to get them into play. I think that the flavor of these things is just incredibly cool. The fact that you've got the 2 Pokemon on the same card, kind of in the same way that tag team Pokemon are cool from a collecting perspective. These are undeniably very cool cards. The illustration quality on these is absolutely top notch. And I think as far as doing this mechanic, right? The mechanic where you kind of have to Exodia things into play, I think that Legend Pokemon are that mechanic done well. You had a few of these that actually saw some play. Entei Raikou Legend was quite good. You had Rayquaza and Deoxys Legend was also quite good and did see some play during their time in Standard. I'm putting Legend Pokemon solidly in B tier. I think that they're fun. Let's do A-Specs. Oh, A-Specs, A-Specs, A-Specs. A mechanic that was brought into the Pokemon TCG during the Black and White block originally, and then was revisited during the Scarlet and Violet block. And good Lord, look at how many more A-Specs they printed during Scarlet and Violet than the original Black and White era A-Specs. A-Specs are trainer cards that are so powerful, you can only play one of them in your deck, like one A-Spec total. So they do kind of add some fun to the deck building process where you have to think about, oh, well, which A-Spec am I going to play? Personally, I think the A-Specs are kind of too broken. I don't really like what they bring to gameplay. They create more really obnoxious swing momentum turns that I'm not really a fan of. Also, if your deck kind of relies a little bit too heavily on the ace spec, which many decks do because they are just that powerful, then prizing just becomes like a really annoying issue with the whole ace spec mechanic. I do really like that they decided to make them pink, because when you are prize checking for your ace specs, it makes it very easy to see if your ace spec is in the deck, and a lot of times you want to see if your ace spec's in the deck immediately because it is such an important part of your game plan. Back in the day, during the black and white era, computer search was kind of your premier ace spec, along with Dowsing Machine. Dowsing Machine was like an item finder, could get a card from the discard pile into your hand. Computer search just allowed you to search your deck for whatever you wanted. And then G-Booster was the ace spec for your Genesect EX, which is a plasma deck. G-Booster is also a plasma ace spec. How cool is that, right? Like I said, the plasma mechanic was a villain mechanic done correctly, even comboed with other mechanics like the ace spec. But one of the major problems with the Virizion Genesect deck, which was a World Championship winning strategy, by the way, was that if you prized your G-Booster, SOL, dude, you might just lose the game. So that is like kind of the biggest issue with the ace specs in my mind, just prizing. And then also I think that they create like almost too much of a momentum swing for a single card. So I'm putting ace specs in C tier. They are alright, but not my favorite part of the Pokemon TCG. Now, as far as there being singleton cards, as far as there being cards that you can only play one of in your deck, Pokemon has done this concept multiple times. You have ace specs, which are singleton trainers that you can play in your deck, but we also had Radiant Pokemon, which you could only play one of in your deck. Most Radiant Pokemon were not all that great. They only released, like 16 of them, it looks like. And maybe less. Yeah, less, because we've got 2 Radiant Charizards on here. But Radiant Greninja was far and away the best one. It could draw cards if you discarded an energy from your hand. It's a basic Pokemon, of course. So all the Radiants are basics, even though you have Pokemon on them that would typically be associated with evolution. And Radiant Charizard was like the other big one. Radiant Charizard could do 250 damage for just 1 energy at the end of the game. Radiant Greninja had that consistency ability, though, and was the one that saw the most play. Moonlight Shuriken was also an absolutely broken attack in any deck that could power it up, whether it was a Palkia V-Star deck or a Baxcalibur deck. Moonlight Shuriken just being able to deal 90 damage to 2 of your opponent's Pokemon on a single prize Pokemon, like on a basic. It's just absolutely obscene attack, obscene ability. The power level of these single prize Pokemon, I mean, it's just like through the roof, like unimaginably high. But the whole Radiant mechanic pretty much ended up being, are you going to play Radiant Greninja or Radiant Charizard in your deck? I mean, that was basically it. So for me, Radiance, I mean, like, yeah, nah, D tier. I definitely had fun playing with Radiant Greninja in my Baxcalibur deck. Sure. But, like, as a mechanic, as a whole, I didn't feel like that they were, really realized to their fullest potential. I feel like they were kind of mid as a mechanic for sure. Now, compare the Radiant mechanic, you can only play 1 Radiant Pokemon in your deck, to the Prism Star mechanic, which was a thing during the Sun and Moon era, and you'll see why the Prism Star mechanic was much more interesting. The Prism Star mechanic is similar in a way. the Prism Star rule is that you can't have more than one Prism Star card with the same name in your deck. And then when the card got discarded, it would go to the lost zone instead of the discard pile. So these cards were very powerful, but they were intended to not be reused throughout the course of a game. Compare that with a card like Radiant Charizard or Radiant Greninja, who you would just bring back into play if that sucker got knocked out. Like, oh yeah, bring them back. We're just going to reuse them. Yeah, you couldn't do that with Prism Stars. They were a little bit more balanced in that way, but they also had Stadium Prism Stars, Energy Prism Stars, Pokemon Prism Stars, Energy Prism Stars, right? And you could just not play a Prism Star of the same name in your deck. So you could play your Beast Energy with your Diancie Prism Star, and decks did that for sure because these cards were very good. Diancie Prism Star made it so that your fighting Pokemon did 20 more damage. Beast Energy made it so that your Ultra Beast did 30 more damage. Stadiums were really good, right? You had like Thunder Mountain Prism Star, made it so that your lightning Pokemon's attacks cost 1 lightning energy less, really helped to actualize your Pikachu and Zekrom Tag Team GX. Tapu Koko Prism Star with the Dance of the Ancients ability was just a one-off ability you would use, send the Tapu Koko to the Lost Zone, accelerate a couple lightning energy into play. These cards were really good and fun to play with. Some of them were pretty lackluster. I mean, not all of these were good, but Super Boost Energy, I mean, that was a card that was seen, that saw play in regional championship winning deck. And Ditto Prism Star, I think, is the coolest of all of the Prism Stars. It's got the Almighty Evolution ability, which just allowed it to be kind of like a wild card basic. It could evolve into anything. I actually wouldn't mind if this kind of, the Almighty Evolution ability kind of allows Ditto to act as a wild card basic. It allows it to evolve into any stage 1 Pokemon that you want. And I wouldn't mind if this kind of card was an evergreen effect in the Pokemon TCG. Really, I think it's such a fun mechanic. And it just made deck building really fun as well because it was really easy to splash 1/1 lines of whatever stage 1 card you wanted with Ditto Prism Star. So what I loved about Ditto Prism Star is it really made deck building more interesting. And I felt like with all of the Prism Stars, they all kind of made deck building a little bit more interesting. And I love the fact that they were balanced. They went to the Lost Zone instead of the discard pile, so you couldn't reuse and abuse them. And you really had to think about which Prism Stars you were going to be including in your deck, if any, when you set out to build your deck. Prism Stars. Prism Stars are looking mighty fine in the B tier. Then we have Gold Stars. The heck, dude? No star. Wait, man, killing me here. Not Charizard. Let's pick a rare Reggie Rock. Yeah. Do it this way. And then, of course, the original. Wait, is this the original? No, Shining was the original, right? During the mid-2000s, some of the most iconic collectible cards of all time were released. The Gold Stars. These are incredibly beloved cards by collectors and players. Many of them were good, and they are very highly sought after for obvious reasons. I mean, they're shiny, okay? First of all, they're freaking shiny. They are about 20 years old at this point, like almost 20 years old, as they were printed in 2006 and 2007. And they're all basics. They're all illustrated by Fukada, who I got to meet once, and I had him sign my Suicune Gold Star, I think at the Dallas Regional Championships like years ago, pre-pandemic. The Gold Stars are really cool. You can only have one Gold Star Pokemon in your deck. Highly collectible cards. Very powerful as well. I think the best one is Mew Gold Star. It's got the Mimicry attack and allows you to copy one of your opponent's Pokemon's attacks, which is obviously very good if you're copying an EX Pokemon's attack with a single prize Pokemon. Not hard to imagine how that's going to be good in the Pokemon TCG. You've also got Charizard Gold Star, which is like actually kind of playable. Does 150 damage for 5 energy. Does 150 damage for 5 energy. Rayquaza Gold Star is like probably one of the priciest of all of them, but was actually playable during the but was actually a playable card as well with that Holy Star attack. Did 100 damage to each of your opponent's Pokemon EX, so you could punish your opponent for overloading their board with Pokemon EX. Yeah, just really incredible cards. As far as the artwork goes, really iconic, beautiful cards, shiny, extremely unique. Pokemon Star, I mean, ultimately not like the most interesting mechanic, but the cards are extremely cool and collectible. So I'm like between A and B tier, but I think the Star Pokemon can go in the B tier. Most of them were not really impactful or good at all, but they are undeniably extremely cool. Now, at this point, we've talked at length about the various multi-prize Pokemon that have been released throughout the years, but the very first multi-prize Pokemon ever released in the Pokemon TCG were Pokemon lowercase EX. And when they first debuted in the Ruby and Sapphire sets, they were really, really, really bad, actually. It seemed like the game designers were trying really, really hard to make sure that their new 2-prize Pokemon didn't just destroy the Pokemon TCG, right? And they almost tried a little bit too hard. But eventually, Pokemon EX became a staple part of the Pokemon TCG. A few sets in, by the time the Sandstorm expansion had come out, Gardevoir EX was a major player in the Pokemon TCG during the 2004 World Championship format. You had Blaziken EX, got second place at 2004 Worlds as well. Swampert EX, another major player. But the thing about these EX Pokemon and what made them so great was that they played seamlessly alongside the non-rule box Pokemon. They interacted with the single prize Pokemon perfectly. And you could see that the game designers really eased their way into this new era of the Pokemon TCG by making sure that they didn't just come out and destroy the game with Pokemon that were way too strong. They just eased their way in. These Pokemon evolved from their single prize counterparts like the modern Pokemon EX do, except the modern Pokemon EX have so much HP and are so powerful and so dominant that they dwarf all of the single prize Pokemon that dare to stand up to them. These Pokemon EX were not that way. Like Blaziken EX was played alongside the single prize Blaziken, and you would have other single prize Pokemon in the deck that you played with. Swampert EX was played alongside the single prize Swampert, and your Blastoise EX was played along other various attackers. Other EX Pokemon all kind of made up this Blastoise EX deck, but you could also attack with like Alakazam Gold Star, and you could attack with Mew Gold Star. Yeah, there's just like a lot of really cool different things that you could do in these EX decks from the original EX era. It just felt like their power level was really thoughtfully designed. And that's why so many people consider the 2006 or RSPK formats to be the best formats ever in the history of the Pokemon TCGs, because of the variety of decks that you could build, because of the way that these multi-prize Pokemon interact with the rest of the card pool. It didn't feel like Pokemon was kind of forcing you to just play with whatever most recent card they released. It felt like the game design was just incredibly thoughtful, and everything just played together really well. So the original Pokemon EX, they are S-tier design from the way that the cards look with the silver borders to the way that they play. The formats that they made up were some of the best formats that the Pokemon TCG has ever seen. And for me, the original Pokemon EX will always be a point to chase for the game designers for the rest of the game's history, right? This is something, if you can recapture the magic of those original Pokemon EX and how they played in those formats in modern day, then you're going to be having a great time playing the Pokemon TCG. Now, we've talked a couple times. We've talked a little bit about Pokemon trying to do the villain mechanic and what a good villain mechanic looks like and what a failed villain mechanic looks like. Yeah, Pokemon has tried to do Aqua and Magma twice now. They did it as a mini set during the X and Y block with the Double Crisis expansion, which is kind of just like a nostalgic rehashing of the Pokemon that were originally released during the original EX block in the Magma versus Aqua expansion. Now, Team Magma's Groudon was a World Championship winning deck. This is the deck that won Worlds in 2004, and it basically played a bunch of big basic Pokemon with Claydol and Camerupt to support them. It kind of was the first canned archetype that creatures just kind of released, right? They put all these Magma cards together. You literally had to play all the Magma cards together because Team Magma's Groudon, the best Magma card in the set, has the Power Saver Pokebody, which makes it so that you have to have at least 4 Team Magma Pokemon in play in order for it to attack. So you have to have at least 4 Team Magma Pokemon in play in order for it to attack. So you can't really play the Magma stuff with anything else. You can't really play the Aqua stuff with anything else. This is kind of everything that I hate about the owner's Pokemon mechanic, just with a villain flavor to it. So for me, the Aqua and Magma mechanic is going in D tier because really it's just a different flavor of the owner's Pokemon, and I'm not into any of those. Now, the very first singleton mechanic that creatures ever did was the Shining Pokemon, which were released during the Neo block. They are very collectible, very cool cards. They're also all basics, like Gyarados, which would typically be a stage 1, is a basic. Shining Charizard would typically be a stage 2, but it's a basic. And all these Shining Pokemon have these kind of really funky attacks that are like impossible to use. The gimmick of them is that you can't have more than one Shining of the same name in your deck. So like you can only have one Shining Mewtwo in your deck. You can only have one Shining Tyranitar in your deck. But these guys are all absolutely terrible. Not a single one of them was playable. None of them were good, so their attacks are all way too expensive, and they don't bring enough to gameplay in order to warrant putting in your deck. So pretty much a failed mechanic, but very neat from a collector's perspective. So Shining Pokemon, yeah, that's a D tier mechanic if I've ever seen one. Crystal Pokemon were a thing during the e-reader sets, right? And again, these are like extremely collectible, very cool cards, but they're all absolutely miserable. I mean, just unplayable. They all have this crystal type Pokebody, which says whenever you attach a grass, lightning, or fire energy from your hand to that Pokemon. No, because they're all slightly different, right? Yeah. They all have this crystal type Pokebody, which makes it so that whenever you attach a basic energy of a certain type to the Pokemon will then turn into that type until the end of the turn. But that Pokebody is not enough to warrant playing these terrible Pokemon cards with terrible attacks that are just way too expensive. But if you're lucky enough to own one of these crystal Pokemon, good for you, because they are extremely expensive and hard to get these days. It's another D tier mechanic, just cool for collectors, but not really good for gameplay at all. Now, during the Wizards of the Coast era, the game was at a low point right before the introduction of Neo Genesis. Players were very frustrated with the way that games were playing out. There was a lot of turn 1 wins or uninteractive strategies where you could just strip your opponent of all of their trainer cards before they had a chance to play. Sometimes you could strip your opponent of their entire hand before they had a chance to play. And the game was really struggling to And the game was really struggling from a design perspective. Enter Neo Genesis and the introduction of baby Pokemon with the baby rule. Baby Pokemon were 30 hit point basic Pokemon that you had to flip a coin if you were attacking when your opponent had a baby Pokemon active. So there's a 50% chance that your attack just straight up did not launch if your opponent had a baby Pokemon in the active spot. And then combine that with the fact that baby Pokemon had very useful attacks and abilities like this Cleffa here with its Eek attack, obviously the most iconic of all the baby Pokemon. It got a reprint in the Celebrations 25th anniversary expansion. Eek allows you to shuffle your hand into your deck and draw 7 cards. So to help counteract all of the degenerate stuff that creatures had come up with leading up to Neo Genesis, they introduced baby Pokemon, which kind of forcibly slowed the game down and also allowed you to draw cards without having trainer cards at the same time. So baby Pokemon, kind of a love-hate thing. They definitely changed the pace of the game and allowed evolution decks to start seeing play in the Pokemon TCG. Before these baby Pokemon came out, it was a lot of just like big basic strategies, stripping your opponent of all their trainer cards. Maybe you were playing Wigglytuff to just go in and do the wave and knock out your opponent's Pokemon as fast as possible while stripping their hand of trainer cards with Rocket Sneak Attack and stuff like that. But baby Pokemon forced the game to slow down and made games more thoughtful at the cost of extreme randomization via coin flip. So a double-edged sword for sure, but baby Pokemon did kind of forever change the trajectory of the Pokemon TCG when they came out, and they really helped to heal the damage that had been done to the competitive player base because they allowed more players to get into thoughtful games that really involved a lot of resource management and stuff like that. So baby Pokemon did a lot for the history of the Pokemon TCG when they came out. And that's why we're going to put baby Pokemon in A tier, because they saved the game. They did. They might be frustrating, and I'm not saying you're going to love going back to play with baby Pokemon in current year. If you go back and play with them, you're not going to think it's awesome. But baby Pokemon were such a important inflection point in the game's history that they have to kind of be high on the tier list for me because of the way they changed the trajectory of the game. Up next, we're going to talk about battle styles. No. Let's look up Urshifu. Do it this way. During the Sword and Shield expansion, we saw the introduction of the battle styles mechanic. It had Rapid Strike Pokemon, which had their own set of support, and then Single Strike Pokemon, which had their own set of support, and they didn't really play nice together, right? Like, you didn't really play Rapid Strike Pokemon in your Single Strike deck. You didn't really play Single Strike Pokemon in your Rapid Strike deck. You also had Mew VMAX, of course, the most infamous of the Fusion Strike Pokemon, and Fusion Strike Pokemon were kind of their own thing. Those are the battle styles: Fusion Strike, Single Strike, Rapid Strike. And honestly, they kind of just feel like these labels or teams that are slapped on to Pokemon, and then there's just some trainers that interact with them or abilities that interact with your Rapid Strike or Single Strike Pokemon in specific ways. Like for Single Strike Pokemon, you had this Houndoom. For Single Strike Pokemon, you had this Houndoom with its Single Strike Roar ability, which could accelerate energy onto your Single Strike Pokemon. And Rapid Strike Pokemon had an Octillery, which would allow you to search out Rapid Strike cards from your deck and put them into your hand. There was a Rapid Strike Energy and a Single Strike Energy and a Fusion Energy. Honestly, I wasn't in love with these mechanics because it feels like you're really just kind of putting a team on certain Pokemon, right? Like it feels like you're putting certain Pokemon just on this team, and then it makes it so that they can't play well with other Pokemon. And I never really like mechanics that force you to do that, right? Like the Single Strike Pokemon don't really play well with the Rapid Strike Pokemon, don't really play well with the Fusion Strike Pokemon. It's kind of more of that feeling that the Pokemon Company is just trying to feed you a deck or feed you an archetype. And as a deck builder and a player, that's not really the most exciting way for me to play the game. So for me, battle styles are a D tier mechanic, even though I loved Mew VMAX. I played the crap out of Mew VMAX, but like from a game design perspective, I thought the battle styles were pretty mid. Wasn't super into them. The Paradox Pokemon are very similar to that. You've got future Pokemon and ancient Pokemon. Of all the future Pokemon and ancient Pokemon, Raging Bolt EX, probably my favorite. I don't know. Iron Hands EX is also pretty good. Where Raging Bolt is probably the best ancient Pokemon, Iron Hands EX is probably the best future Pokemon. These feel like even more of a failure than the Rapid Strike and these mechanics feel like even more of a failure than the Rapid Strike and the Future and the Fusion Strike mechanic, because at least like the Fusion Strike deck was a good deck. The Rapid Strike deck was like a good deck. The Single Strike deck didn't end up being as good as the other ones, but at least like the Rapid Strike and the Rapid Strike and the Fusion Strike deck were like really good decks. And then you ended up playing like the Single Strike Pokemon with Lugia, because it ended up being that Lugia V-Star with Archeops was actually the best way to accelerate your Single Strike energy into play, not that silly Houndoom. So that ended up being kind of funny. So in a way, all of those ended up being playable. But the future archetype that Pokemon was like trying to cook up and feed you never really ended up being a thing. I mean, sure, Iron Thorns EX like won Worlds, I guess, right? But like the concept, what they were trying to do with like the reboot pod and all that, none of that ended up working out with like the Miraidon, the peak acceleration, kind of just was a big flub. Didn't really work the way that maybe they thought it would. Cobalt Command, boosting. They're really trying to rehash the Plasma deck from years and years ago, and it just kind of felt like a cheap knockoff of the real thing rather than the thing itself. And then the ancient stuff, I mean, like Earthen Vessel's a very good card. Sada's Vitality is like really good for putting energy onto your Raging Bolt. Raging Bolt is like an incredibly broken card, but ultimately I'm just like not really feeling inspired by the future and ancient mechanics either. So for me, the future and ancient stuff is also just a D tier mechanic. Like not really great. You're kind of just slapping flavor on stuff. It's not really interesting from a game design perspective. And really, I mean, I like the flavor of I really love the vibe of dark Pokemon. I mean, these, in my opinion, are some of the coolest cards that Pokemon has ever made. That is the collector side of me, okay? The light Pokemon are also really cool. I think they're cool. From a collector standpoint, I love the flavor of the light Pokemon and the dark Pokemon. I think that the dark Pokemon have really neat and unique artworks. I love the idea that these Pokemon are somehow like evil versions of the regular Pokemon. It really, to me, kind of drives home that each Pokemon has its own personality and can express itself in a different way. So I really like and enjoy the light and the dark Pokemon canonically within the Pokemon TCG, right? It's not something that they have in the video game. There aren't light Pokemon and dark Pokemon in the video game. They have them in Pokemon Go, I guess, but not in the video game. So as far as like the look and feel of the cards, amazing. But I have to admit, from a gameplay perspective, the dark and the light Pokemon are like the same exact gimmick and mechanic as all of these other mechanic. The light and the dark mechanic are the same exact mechanic as all of these other kind of team mechanics where you just kind of slap a label on something and that's it, as all these other ones that I don't like. It's like the same thing as Owner's Pokemon. It's the same thing as Aqua and Magma. It's the same thing as Battle Styles. It's the same thing as Paradox. Now, these are my favorite. Like, I like these, but these kind of were like the original Pokemon that I had problems with, because you can't evolve a regular Crocodile into Dark Feraligatr. I've always had a beef with this. It sucks. From a game design perspective, let me play my regular Feraligatr and my Dark Feraligatr in the same dang deck without having to have a different Crocodile in both the decks. That's been my beef with all of these mechanics forever, and it's still my beef with them today. So as much as I absolutely love and adore the Rockets Pokemon, the Dark Pokemon, all that, these are like my favorite Pokemon cards that have ever been printed, I have to acknowledge that from a game design perspective, they're just pretty uninspired. It's not like great. I really love the Dragtrode deck from 06. I mean, at least like the mid 2000s dark Pokemon were actually pretty good. You know, like Dark Electrode is really good. Dark Tyranitar is really good. Dark Ampharos is really good. But from like a game design perspective, they're really just not that interesting mechanics. So light and dark, as much as I want to put it in C tier just because I love the way they look, I have to acknowledge that they are just like kind of a trash tier mechanic. Another mechanic that has been the Lost Zone is a mechanic that has been brought into and then forgotten about and then brought back into the Pokemon TCG over the years. I think the Lost Zone originally debuted during the Heart Gold, Soul Silver eras, right? Correct me if I'm wrong. I'm pretty sure those were the first cards to ever interact with the Lost Zone. No! I am wrong. The Lost Zone is a mechanic that has been brought into and then removed from and then brought back into and removed from the Pokemon TCG throughout the years. Originally debuting in the Diamond and Pearl Platinum era, right? Obviously with the release of Giratina, right? Giratina, kind of the Lost Zone guy, the bringer of the Lost Zone. And honestly, I love the existence of the Lost Zone in the Pokemon TCG. I think it's good and healthy for card games to kind of have a purged territory where a card cannot be recovered from, right? In the Pokemon TCG, lots of things get played from and out of the discard pile. But the Lost Zone, it's a different zone. It's a zone that you can't come back from the Lost Zone. Now, there have been cards that reference the Lost Zone, like Mew Prime here can use the attacks of all Pokemon in the Lost Zone as its own attack. So you can reference the Lost Zone. We also, of course, have had Pokemon that do more damage if you've got Pokemon in the Lost Zone, like Jump Bluff with the Lost March attack, kind of a famously terrible deck archetype there. And then most recently, we've got your Giratina V-Star, which interacts with the Lost Zone by putting its own energy in the Lost Zone. And then, of course, instantly KOing your opponent's Pokemon if you have 10 or more cards in the Lost Zone. And that was kind of the idea of these most recent Lost Zone variants. With the Sableye, you have to have 10 or more cards in the Lost Zone, and you can put 12 damage counters on your opponent's Pokemon in any way you like. So you had to shuttle cards into the Lost Zone quickly, and you've got trainer cards that help you to do that, like Lost Vacuum and Colress's Experiment. I think that the Lost Zone is pretty freaking sweet. I'm glad that it exists. I think they've used the Lost Zone thoughtfully throughout the years by balancing cards like Tapu Koko Prism Star. Tapu Koko Prism Star would be way too broken if you could reuse that Dance of the Ancients ability over and over again. But since it Lost Zones itself, they can make sure that you can't do that. So the Lost Zone, to me, a very good and fun mechanic. And I really never mind when they bring Lost Zone stuff back into the Pokemon TCG. It's cool. So we're putting Lost Zone in A tier. Just a solid mechanic. I'm never mad when they bring it back. Kind of a funny thing they did during the Diamond and Pearl era was they started giving Pokemon held items, which were different, basically like abilities or traits that Pokemon had. It's kind of a funny thing. It almost in a way makes the trading card game feel a little bit more adjacent to the video game because Pokemon holding items is a very video game-esque thing for Pokemon to do. That's something to do in the video game. In the Pokemon TCG, Pokemon have tools that you attach to them, right? So to me, it doesn't really make sense for Pokemon to have like a held item because tools are the way that I think that the game designers are incorporating that held item aspect with Pokemon cards. So for them to have a held item printed on the card and then also be able to wear a tool is just kind of silly and redundant to me. These kind of operate in the same way that Pokemon traits did, in that they are like abilities that cannot be interacted with in any kind of way. So they're not terribly exciting. They're kind of just the exact same as traits. And there's really like this Combi, I think, is the best one. Once during your turn, when you put Combi from your hand onto your bench, you may search your discard pile for a basic Pokemon and put it onto your bench. I mean, that's pretty good, right? It's a nice little, but like that could have just been an ability. Did it need to be like a held item trait thing? Probably not. Where did I put traits? I put traits in C tier. Yeah, I put traits in C tier, and held items are pretty much the same thing. So I'll put held items in C tier. Like they're fine. It's like whatever, really. Nothing to write home about. Now, finally, we've saved the best for last, folks. Hollands and Delta species. Some of the best mechanics that the Pokemon TCG has ever seen. They are both S tier, and now I will tell you why. Delta species Pokemon are kind of the coolest parts of the Pokemon TCG all as a single mechanic. The Pokemon TCG game designers at Creatures can do whatever they want with the Pokemon trading card game. They don't actually have to obey what's going on with the video game, as evidenced by Delta species Pokemon. What are Delta species Pokemon? I don't know. They're Delta species. They come from the island of Holland. Have you ever heard of any of that stuff outside of the Pokemon TCG? No, of course not, because it is a self-contained kind of piece of canon that only exists within the Pokemon trading card game. And right off rip, that's something that makes it incredibly cool, because it makes the Pokemon trading card game different than any other parts of the Pokemon franchise and adds more to its lore. It adds more to its history because it's got its own thing going on. So on the Holland's Island or whatever, from what I've been able to tell from chat who's informing me, you have these Delta species Pokemon, which basically are not beholden to their original typing. You can have Pokemon that are any type, which is just cool. You've got Pupitar. This guy's lightning. You've got Nidoran. This guy's darkness. You've got Ladybug. This guy's metal. They're just nonsense types, which really kind of breaks open the Pokemon TCG and allows the game designers to imagine what would a psychic type Typhlosion look like? What would a lightning type Feraligatr look like? What would a grass type Snorlax look like? What would a metal type Nidoqueen look like? What would a fire type Melodic look like? To me, the Delta species and Holland mechanics are the absolute best of what the Pokemon trading card game has to offer, because it is the game designers being the most creative that they have ever been. Apparently, Delta species Pokemon are like an experiment gone wrong on the Holland Island, right? And that's just like a piece of lore self-contained to the Pokemon TCG so that the game designers could do this really cool and fun and imaginative stuff. And you have the Delta species Pokemon all kind of like play off of each other, right? You've got like this Battle Aura Feraligatr, which buffs all of your other Delta species Pokemon. You've got like this Ampharos, which can turn any of your Pokemon in play into a Delta species Pokemon if you want to. You've got Sceptile, which makes it so that Pokemon EX can't use Pokepowers. There's just so many good abilities, so much thoughtful design going on, so much fun. And I think that that's what makes the Delta species Pokemon so special, is that they are fun. You could tell that the game designers are having fun, and that fun is contagious when we as fans are playing with and interacting with the cards. And when you look at modern mechanics like VMAXs or even the new Megas, a lot of times it feels like the game designers are kind of like punching a box. They're kind of doing what they have to do. It almost feels like business as usual, where game design in the Pokemon TCG didn't used to feel that way. It used to feel like the game designers were being more playful and having more fun. And that's one of the reasons why people look back at this era of the game with such nostalgia. Not only was the gameplay peak, but the card designs were also peak. They were fun. It felt like a game. Like, games should be silly. Games should be fun, right? And it didn't feel like that the game designers were taking things too seriously. It's lighthearted. You know, my Togetic is water type. Sure. You know, whatever, dude. My Charmander is lightning type. Like, yeah, because he's part of an experiment gone wrong on Holland Island. Duh. They just don't do stuff like that anymore. And that's why this is one of the most iconic eras of the Pokemon TCG. It was because the mechanics were like A+, and the gameplay was even better. Like I said, the lore of the Delta species Pokemon is that they come from the Holland Island, where scientists are like experimenting on Pokemon, and that's why they're all these wacky different types. Let's see, how do I look up like the Holland supporters? Like, you've got like contains text Hollands. How would I do this? Hollands. What's the best way to look up a Hollands card? We could do that. I'll probably do it. Now, the lore behind the Delta species Pokemon is that they come from the Holland Island, and there are these scientists kind of doing experiments on the Pokemon, and there are these scientists doing experiments on the Pokemon, and the experiments have gone wrong, and that's why these Delta species Pokemon are the way that they are. And the lore was kind of fully built up with all these different trainer cards that you had that interacted with Delta species Pokemon, and were just very good cards, right? And very fun to play with. Holland Transceiver, kind of one of the most iconic trainer cards from this time. Allows you to search your deck for a supporter card with Holland in its name, or search your discard pile for a supporter with Holland in its name and put it into your hand. And that's obviously incredible because the Holland supporters are all really good. Holland Mentor allows you to just set up your deck by getting 3 basic Pokemon. You've got like Holland Scientist, which draws cards. Holland Adventurer also draws cards. And you've got Holland Farmer, which recovers cards. So all of the different things that you would kind of want out of a supporter card, except for like hand disruption, you can search out with Holland Transceiver. And if you're playing 4 Holland Transceiver, you only have to play like 1 Holland Scientist, and then you could just reuse that Holland Scientist as much as you want to. You've also got the Holland Cast Form and all these other Holland Pokemon, which count as special energy. Like, they're Pokemon that you can attach as special energy, and they really allow you to kind of build unique decks, and that you don't need to actually play like whatever kind of different energy cards you may have previously needed to play in order to activate an attack. You can just play these kind of Holland's Pokemon that act as rainbow Pokemon, and you know, you could use Holland's Mentor to go search out like a Holland's Cast Form. That's just like one of the most broken combos you can do. Use Holland's Mentor to go get some basic Pokemon out of your deck, and then you can use it to go get Holland's Cast Form. You can attach Holland's Cast Form as a special energy to one of your Pokemon, and then it counts as a double rainbow energy, but it's balanced because you have to balance another energy back into your hand when you attach it. Just so much thoughtful game design. I mean, I could really spend an hour just talking about the thoughtful game design of each of these Holland's cards. And all you have to do is really just start reading one of these like Holland special energy, and you'll get like how deep the gameplay was during this time in the Pokemon TCG. Everything that was printed during this time in the Pokemon TCG felt this thoughtful and this planned out. And that's why people consider these EX formats to be peak in the Pokemon TCG. The original Pokemon EX, Hollands, and Delta species, people consider these to be peak Pokemon TCG. And I have to agree. I think that this kind of early EX era from 2005 to like 2007 is the best that the Pokemon TCG has ever been. I think that the Sun and Moon era that had Zoroark GX with like Drampa GX and then like the late X and Y era, like that ended up being some of the next best peaks in the Pokemon TCG, like 2017 North American International Championships format, 2017 World Championships format. And that's why these are some of the best mechanics, right? Because they were some of the best formats that have ever been. And one of the reasons that they are the best formats that have ever been is because they had some of the best mechanics that have ever been as well. So that is my tier list of every Pokemon TCG mechanic that they have ever done. And hopefully you kind of have an understanding now of why I consider some of these formats from years past to be leagues better than some of the more uninspired copy-paste garbage that we've seen throughout the years. So hopefully we can get some more fun, playful, creative stuff from creatures, and we can revisit some of those very high peaks that the Pokemon TCG has experienced throughout its history. I think that we're in a pretty good time for the Pokemon trading card game right now currently, with the Scarlet and Violet EX block and the current megas. Like, it's okay. I'd say that the game's in a pretty decent spot, but it could be better. And that's going to do it for today's stream, folks. I've been going really long, so I'm out of here. You guys take it easy. Have a great day. Full Grip Games, $6,000 cash doubleheader. Phantasmal Flames happening